Hello everybody, my apologies. I've been struggling to set everything up. My name is Shamz. I go by Shams21 on YouTube, on all social platforms, and I'll be commentating the game for the one and only ChessA-Z. I'm going to be commentating round 3 of his tournament in Amsterdam. Hello everybody, my apologies. I've been struggling to set everything up. My name is Shamz. There is a Shams21 on YouTube, audio coming out on social platforms, and I'll be commentating. Right. Sorry about this. Okay. You guys should be able to see everything right now. Okay. My apologies. My name is Shams. I go by Shams21. Today I'll be commentating for ChessA-Z. Alright. AKA Ingalab. Hopefully I said that correctly, I'm not too sure. He's playing a classical game of... Oh, hold on a minute. How do I, my apologies. Yeah, everything should be okay now. Yeah, I was struggling to set up my camera, his screen of course, and the board. I was struggling to put everything together. This is my first time doing a stream on somebody else's channel. Hope you guys enjoy. I'll be commentating over his game. So far, roughly 15 minutes or so has passed in his game. I think there might be increments, so as you see, Ingalab has already, you know, kind of just gained time on the clock. Usually in a classical game, depending on the time control, their classical game had an hour and 30 for each side, and ChessA-Z has gained 3 minutes on the clock, which is really good, and his opponent is with 1 hour and 21 on the clock. So far, we've got ChessA-Z doing very good on the clock, and this position seems pretty equal, is what Stockfish is saying, as you can see on the eval bar. I can't quite read that, but I think it says 0-0. Do correct me if I'm wrong. I might be blind, even though I have glasses. Anyhow, so what's happened in this game? So I'm not quite sure how this game started. Actually, we could check how this game started. I don't want to mess anything up though. The screen's literally leaving, but hold on a minute. Okay, so he played the English. Oh my god, hold on. Wait, I played this exact same opening. So, he's playing the English opening, which starts with c4. And he's gone for the c4, e4, and d3 setup. With the help of the knight on c3 and the bishop on g2. The 2 pawns on in the center, c4, e4. With the help of the knight on c3 and the bishop on g2, they all control the d5 square. He has a Maroczy bind structure, or a Maroczy bind type of structure right here, which is where you have c4 and e4 controlling the d5 square, and of course they're reinforced by the pawn on d3, which is really nice. Sometimes you can play d4 down the line, but the main premise, the main idea of this structure is to prevent a d5 pawn push. I'm not the best chess player, but if I were to take a guess, I think this is a good opening and a structure you would like to play if you want to keep the center closed. Because in this position, the biggest pawn push black could go for, the biggest pawn break black could go for, of course it doesn't work at the moment, but that would be d5. So for white to have this structure and prevent d5 is pretty good, and maybe they can go for a kingside attack or something along those lines. And they've also played h3. This is a very common idea. You could have positions where black's bishop on c8 comes alive. Let's say black bishop goes to e6 down the line, and maybe queen d7 follows up at some point, to where the bishop and queen are attacking the pawn on h3, which is only defended by the light squared bishop for white. King h2 could be a move to defend the pawn. You could see that type of move in these positions. I've played this opening. Quite a lot, actually. I played this opening twice yesterday. It's very solid. It has great ideas. I'm not sure if this is the idea behind this opening, but I personally always go for f4 as white if I get the chance. And the idea behind f4 would be to maybe go for f5. If black ever plays c5, you can maybe play knight d5. Okay, so black has just played rook e8. Centralizing the rook. To do what exactly? I'm not too sure, because there's not much happening on the e file. A move like rook e8 doesn't really, you know, light anything up in my eyes. In my opinion, at least. So, what is black's idea? I'm not too sure. Eval bar is slightly better for white now, after rook e8. Queen is still on the starting square for black and white. Bishop e3. Now, bishop e3 is a good move. Maybe white would like to go for queen d2. Whether they want to play that or not, bishop e3 is just a good developing move for the bishop. It's like the most optimal square. I would personally play queen d2 if I get the chance, and I might look for bishop h6. So, queen d2, bishop h6, offering a trade of bishops. And if you get rid of that black bishop, maybe going for an attack could be a little easier. Alright, that's just food for thought though. Food for thought, man. Also, his opponent is in his 80s, I believe. I think his FIDE profile shows up on chess.com, and I think it showed up as 82 or something. So, this is an interesting matchup for sure. I mean, the difference in age is like double, triple with both of them. So we got Ingelab, who is not as at his seat right now. Wonder what he's doing. He's probably pondering, thinking what's the next best move. What would black play in this position? Also, Ingelab has already won one of his games in this tournament. This, of course, is round 3. He won his very first game. He lost his second game, which was yesterday. And right now, hopefully, he can get another win. And black plays a super passive move, knight to e8. What would the idea behind knight to e8 be? Okay, so let's think about this. Knight e8 reveals the bishop for black. Maybe black's idea is to bring the bishop past the knight, in which case black will maybe try and sit the bishop on e6. And after doing that, maybe they want to reroute the knight that they just brought to e8 to d7. I think that could be a idea for them. Let's see, now it's Ingelab's turn, and he has plenty time on the clock. His opponent is down to 1 hour and 17 minutes. What's the increments, by the way, when they make a move? I should be paying attention to see the increment. Let's see, plenty of time on his side of the clock, so anything can happen. Oh, he's about to make a move. And he does go queen d2. He does play queen d2. Okay. Maybe bishop h6 is an idea to offer a trade of bishops. If white gets bishop h6, black could easily just play bishop h8. And that's completely fine. The bishop on h6 might look a little scary, to where it's very close to the king and it's actually covering a few decent squares, but there's not much that could be done. Now, as white, my next idea, personally, would be f4. Potentially looking for f5. f4, if played by white, I don't think the idea would be to capture on e5 if they get the chance. But I think f4, f5 could be a decent idea. Maybe rook f2 into rook a f1. So after playing f4, lift the rook on the f-file to f2. And maybe bring the other rook right below the rook on f2. Maybe you want to double rooks. Maybe. Let's see. There's also ideas of f4, g4. And having played g4, you can go knight g3. Or just f4, g3, and maybe rook f3 into rook g3 to lift the rook and bring him to the g file. Okay, and black does go bishop e6. So they brought the knight back because they wanted to bring the bishop out. Quite frankly, they should have done that at the very beginning. Right? So that they wouldn't have had to waste another 2 moves. I didn't quite see the beginning, but it would have probably made sense to bring the bishop out first. Now black has had to bring his knight all the way back to f8, which is just not optimal at all, to get his dark square bishop out. Or sorry, his light squared bishop out. And after getting the bishop to e6, maybe knight d7 is a move. Maybe the knight doesn't want to move just yet. Black needs to improve his queen and his knight. Potentially his rook on a8 too. So far, no one's going for any crazy ideas. They're both just developing pieces. So this could be anyone's game. Of course, we can see white is up on the eval bar by at least 1, which is a good advantage. And a player of Ingelab's skill, you can definitely see him converting this, slowly but surely. Give this position to a grandmaster and they'll most likely win. Give this position to Ingelab and he'll also win. Alright? Might not be the easiest since he's not a grandmaster, but this position is pleasant. Do I see him losing his advantage? I don't think so, to be honest. And he does go f4. f4 is not the strongest move, according to the eval bar, or at least this adjusting now. I would have gone for f4 personally. And maybe f5 is the idea. So f5, if pawn takes, white pawn recaptures, bishop has to go back. That could be something. Again, with this pawn to f4, you can maybe go f5. Maybe an idea is pawn to g4 to get the knight to g3. Maybe pawn g3, and at some point rook f3 and rook g3 to get the rook onto the g file. I mean, we'll see what happens, to be honest. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. Again, plenty of time for both of them. Ingelab has not lost any time on the clock. As I said at the start, he started with 1 hour and 30. He's now sitting at a mighty high 1 hour 32 with 45 seconds. I said I'll keep an eye on the increment, but I keep forgetting. When black makes his next move, I'm going to try and remember to look at the clock and see what changes. It's probably plus 30 seconds, if I were to take a guess. This is a classical game after all, so usually in a rapid game you might get plus 10, plus 15, maybe even plus 30. In a classical game you'll probably get plus 30 per move. That would probably explain how white has so much time on the clock. This is actually really interesting to me because I've literally been in this position with white. Not in this exact position to where black has the same setup, but I've played this exact same setup with white a bunch of times. And you can get this by playing against the Sicilian. You can get this by playing c4 in the first move. When I say you can get this position when playing against the Sicilian, white could play e4, black could play c5, and white could play c4, and it could transpose into this English opening variation where you have a pawn on c4 and e4. With the help of the bishop and knight, you got a Maroczy bind holding off any pawn d5 push by black. So, let's see. It's time to lock in. White has gotten up his seat. It's black to move. It's been black to move for the past couple of minutes. They're really thinking about what to play. You see someone's watch is next to the clock. You probably can't wear no electronics, which makes sense. Because you never know. I mean, what happened with Hans Neumann? What happened there? Long time ago. Of course, that's been proven to be, you know, a fake story. Or at least, there was no evidence found. I don't really think Hans Neumann was. Honestly, from the very beginning, I didn't really think Hans Neumann was cheating. I don't know why. Because if you cheat, you'd get caught pretty easily, right? I'm not too sure. I don't know too much. Black does not know what to play. This is a classical game. Maybe they have ideas, but they're not quite sure what they want to play exactly. And let me just say this. This, in my opinion, is a semi-crucial moment for Black. One wrong move and White's going for f5. White's going to, you know, keep marching forward. White's just going to come with more pressure. And f4 does come with pressure. If you're hit by f4, you know your opponent's beginning their, you know, game-winning ideas. White is going for an attack. Or at least going for a kingside push, which is basically the same thing. So let's see. You can see him looking around. Maybe he's unsure. I mean, if you're taking this much time, you probably are a tiny bit unsure. But again, this is a classical game, so maybe he does have ideas, but he's not too sure what the best move would be. And again, this is a semi-crucial position where he'll probably need to find a good move, and if he doesn't, White's just going to go for a very nice attack. Either way, we'll find out very soon. There's been people who have spent upwards of 45 minutes on one move in a classical game, and I think Hikaru did that recently. I say recently, maybe a couple of months ago. Or a couple technically means 2 months ago. Maybe like 5-6 months ago, Hikaru played Sindarov, I believe. He got hit by a very odd move that he had never seen before. He got hit by a novelty. A novelty is where usually there's a bunch of moves of theory being played on the board between one, you know, one person and the other, between white and black together. But then one of the opponents will play something that's never been seen before, you know. And to play a novelty, you're playing a new move that someone has never seen before. And it's usually a move that is completely fine, and it just spices up the game. If your opponent hits you with a novelty, it could be very difficult to find the right move. Why did I bring this up? I actually don't know. I was talking about something. Why did I bring this up? Because I was talking about Hikaru spending 45 minutes on one move against Sindarov. In which case I was basically trying to say, yeah, one of these guys, or just in a classical game in general, someone might take their sweet time, you know, 30 minutes, 50 minutes, you never know. Queen c8. Queen c8 with the help of the bishop on e6. They are both attacking the pawn on h3. And this pawn on h3 is only defended by the bishop on g2. Now, I could be wrong, but I almost guarantee white is going to play king h2. What's the idea behind king h2 is completely simple. And, okay, you shouldn't really be moving your king too much in the opening, but the king is completely fine, the opening's completely closed, and the king will remain completely safe. King h2 will just defend the pawn on h3. With the help of the bishop and the king, the queen and bishop cannot come in, because they'll just be losing material. If not king h2 for white in this position, is f5 a move? f5, g6 takes on f5, pawn recaptures, bishop takes. No, you can't go f5. If not for king h2, I guess you can maybe try g4 and then go for f5. And if g6 takes, e takes f5 or g takes f5, it might be a preference at that point, but I think the cleanest move will be king h2, and we're about to find out. Alright, this is the biggest snipe of history. I think king h2 is what he would play. I've played this 1,000 times. Ingelab definitely knows what he's doing. I actually played against Ingelab, I never mentioned that. And I think I played against him to where he did play the English. Is this your friend's stream? Yeah, Vivek, how you doing, bro? It was real quiet in here so far. How you doing, bro? Yeah, I'll be commentating this game. I thought, why not? Ingelab's a nice guy. Let me commentate his game. I've never done this before. think I'm doing pretty decent. Okay. And yeah, I'm commentating a classical game. It's quite interesting so far. Sometimes I wouldn't really know what's going on in the game, but I'm watching a position that I've been in before, so I think I know decent ideas, and I'm able to commentate this decently. Give my own input, hopefully. Barry Allen, what's up? Hello. Barry Allen has arrived. Wow, like the Flash. Alright, so White hasn't played a move yet. Me personally, of course, this is a classical game, and you can take as much time as you want. Me personally, I would have just pre-moved King H2. But like I said earlier, maybe G4 is something to consider, to go for F5 with another pawn preparing F5. If you go F5 right now, you're losing a pawn. You go King H2, you defend the pawn in H3. If you want to go G4, you're preparing F5. And of course, F5 is probably something he wants to go for. So it'd be interesting to see what he plays. If you're in a rush to go for an attack, you play G4 looking for F5. If you're not in a rush, you play King H2, and then you could double the rooks on the F file. You could do a few different things. England in the semis, would the ref become the player of the match? No! Don't say that, bro. Don't say that. I don't think the ref was that bad, you know. I mean, okay, there were some questionable moments. Look, one of England's goals got disallowed. I mean, to be fair, it was blatantly offside. Norway got one of their goals disallowed because Haaland pushed someone. I guess that's also questionable. Was it a foul? Was it, you know, rightfully disallowed? Honestly, I saw that Haaland did push the guy, but I think the guy didn't even bother to, like, keep his balance and stay up. So, I don't know, that's a shame for Norway, of course. But the guy did literally get pushed to the floor. Again, I don't think the English player who got pushed by Haaland, like, really even bothered to stay up. I think he got pushed and he just, like, let it come and he threw himself on the floor, I guess. I could be wrong, but I don't think he dived, but I think he definitely could have kept his balance, or a little balance if he tried. And of course there was a goal by England, in which case the goalkeeper shot the ball and supposedly it hit a cable. I actually haven't seen the right angle, but I think FIFA actually said that they checked the sensor in the ball and it didn't hit the cable. But there's also a lot of people saying it did hit the cable, so I don't really know what's going on there. Maybe I need to look at a better clip, a better angle. And England had a penalty disallowed where it's questionable. The penalty that was disallowed for England. I think it was Jed Spence who fell in the box. He sort of put his leg in front of the defender, and the defender kind of tripped him up by accident. There's arguments as to, you know, he was trying to kind of get in the way of the defender to, like, keep the ball. But there's also arguments where he put his foot in front of the defender to get a penalty. So it's very difficult at the end of the day for the ref in that game, I believe. Of course, this game compared to, like, Argentina and Egypt, with the refs, I don't think there's much competition. I think Argentina and Egypt, the ref wasn't really keeping things balanced. In this game with England and Norway, I don't know. Look, it's the World Cup. There's going to be controversies every game, every other game. There's going to be problems from, you know, certain sides, because it's not nice to lose in the World Cup. And I don't know, a lot of things look shady. You can kind of make anything out of nothing. You know, you can say this happened when it's the smallest issue ever. I'm not saying that's what happened in the England and Norway game, but I'm just trying to say that there's gonna be a lot of problems here and there. I don't know. Let me stop waffling now. I'm talking about the game. Let's say E takes F4. D takes E4, bishop H6. E takes, pawn takes, and bishop h6. I think that's solid as well. Do you think they can go for that now? To be honest, white could take on e5. Black could recapture. But I don't think white could go straight for h6. After pawn takes, black pawn recaptures, and bishop h6. I think you rush bishop h6 and white just takes on h3 first. Yeah, but I do think that could be an idea. Missing a like, that's as dangerous as a mate in one. Everyone like the stream, please and thank you. Alright, come on. Boom. Yeah, you know what? I never thought about f takes on e5. If you go for that, you open the f file and maybe you double the rooks. So okay, I think two good ideas are either king h2 or f takes on the e file. Personally, I'm kind of thinking king h2 to defend the pawn against the bishop and queen first, and to then try and play f5 somehow. That's what I would try and do. I think to open the f file would be really nice. So yeah, maybe f takes on e file. But I do like f5 and maybe even takes on g6 at some point. And if their f pawn recaptures, I don't think that's an issue. Black's rook is not on f8 no more. I think the rook was better placed on f8 than e8. White obviously has an advantage here. I can't quite see, but I think the eval bar is at 1.2. Which is really good. I think black will be cramped for space without the potential for d5 break. Yeah, 100%. If you see the structure right here, c4, e4, the bishop on g2 and the knight on c3, they're all preventing this d5 pawn push. And that's exactly what white was trying to go for at the very beginning of this game. They played this opening this way to prevent that push. And I think black might be wanting to go for that push. And they're just rerouting a bunch of pieces, but now you can see they're just super cramped. There's a knight on e8. That knight shouldn't be on e8, is the truth. Yeah, everyone make sure to like and subscribe. See the Nightbot. Nightbot working overtime. Overtime, man. Overtime. Yeah, Ingelab's spending a lot of time here, actually. He's just spent 10 minutes, I believe. His opponent has an hour and 9 minutes, so he has a good lead on the clock. A very good lead. He's better positionally. I think he knows this. I think if I was in this game, I don't really need to look at the eval bar to know I'm slightly better as white. And I say that because black's pieces are a little cramped. Not going to be the easiest to convert, but if he keeps up the pressure, he can definitely, you know, keep a decent advantage on the eval bar. So, position-wise, looking good. Eval bar +1. And you're up on the clock. You couldn't wish for anything better. One mistake in a classical game as well. So, honestly, I was speaking about playing king h2 ASAP to defend the pawn against the bishop and queen. But you don't need to rush a move like that. It's classical. You can take your time. I think the priority is to stay up on the clock. Manage your time in the opening. Spend some time in the middle game. And of course the end game, I guess, when it comes to it. So yeah, white can take as much time as they want. Because if they play the wrong move, then the advantage is just gonna swing in black's favor. Or one wrong move and the game's equal. So we gotta find out. And we will find out. And we will find out. Yeah. I wonder what he's thinking of. I wonder if you know what it means. Alright. Come on. I need to get a haircut. It's haircut time soon. He made a move. King h2. He made a move, right? He just wrote something. Did I miss something? Did he not make a move? No, I guess not. He wrote something. I thought he made a move. There's another streamer playing at his side. I don't know how to pronounce her name. Or actually, no. It's Phoebe, right? That should be the pronunciation. So we got 2 streamers. Not playing at the same board, but... you know, they're by each other's side, I guess. Wait, so this means they're in the same group. They're in Group C of this tournament. I'm not sure if it's ELO based to where there's a certain ELO range in one group and a certain ELO range in another group. But, they're in the same group, so they should be playing each other in a round to come. I think there's 7 more rounds, so there's like 10 games in this whole tournament for every player in each group. And I think this is FIDE related, by the way. So we got Ingelab at 1622, and his opponent Perry, who has just sat at the board, is 1725. So there's a great ELO difference. Also, I think White did make a move and played King H2, but for some reason the board has not updated yet. And it only now has updated. Maybe I need to adjust the YouTube stream. That might be something I need to do. I might need to do that. Otherwise, there might be a big delay. At one point, there was a move made by one of them, like we could see the move being made. And the digital board on the right by chess.com adjusted almost instantly. Okay, Black just made a move. I might need to adjust things. Right, hold on a minute. We're gonna pull this back a bit. We're gonna adjust everything. I'm gonna try and time everything correctly. Alright, so do bear with me. I'll probably have to wait for another move to be made to adjust everything correctly. So I've pulled the stream back. When there's a move played on the board by Black, I will adjust things on the stream correctly. So let's see. Yeah, White has a very pleasant position. I would be very happy with it. It's not super duper clear. You know, a win for White is not super duper clear, but the ideas are there. You want to be pushing pawns towards the king. You potentially want to be doubling the rooks on the f-file, or at least that's what I do. I don't know if that's the strongest idea, but that's what I do in this type of position. And in this opening. So right, hopefully everything's up to date. So a minute or two ago we saw Black made a move, but the digital board on the right didn't really update, so I probably was showing the stream a little too far forward. So let's see if it updates. Okay, it finally updates. Alright, so let me actually go here. And we should have everything, yeah, everything should be up to date. So I just fast forward to where Black made a move. And now it's Ingelab's turn to make a move. I'm not sure what Perry Koopman is it? I can't see his full name. It just says Perry Koop. Let's call him Perry. His name's Perry, of course. What was I trying to say? I'm not sure how many games Perry has won so far in this tournament, but it does say Ingelab has won 1 out of 2. And as I said at the very start, Ingelab had won his first game I believe, and he lost his second game, which was yesterday. And so this is round 3, and he's hoping to get another win. Whoever gets the most wins, the most points, I'm assuming you get 0.5 per for a draw. Probably a better word to use instead of per. I'm guessing whoever gets the most points in the group will just be the winner of the group, I guess. There's 3 groups, I believe, maybe 4. Group A, B, C. There might be a group D, I'm not too sure. Is there something where the winners of each group will be playing against each other? Don't really know. But whoever gets the most points in each group is going to be the winner of the group, I guess. I mean, that's the obvious. Okay, White would like to find a very good move here. What would he play as White? Yeah, so someone actually spoke about f4 takes on e5. So f takes e5, d6 takes e5, and bishop h6. I would definitely consider that. What if f4 takes on e5 and the rook on e8 recaptures? I don't like that. I think at that point you can maybe play pawn d4. Okay, White plays rook d1. Interesting. Okay, I think the digital board and the stream are a little delayed at times. Maybe the arbiters or whoever's behind the scenes is not updating the moves when they should be updated. Because I did fix the stream's delay, and it was delayed by a minute or 2 at some point. I did fix things, but I don't think the operators behind the scenes are really you know, updating the moves on chess.com appropriately, or at least at the right speed, the right pace. Because rook b1 is being played, but on the stream nothing's being played. I guess I can... Okay, he made the move on the board. I guess I can... I might have to keep doing this. I might have to keep updating the stream if something like this happens. Alright, this seems good enough. Should be fine. We're gonna find out. We are going to find out. Everyone do like the stream if you haven't already. And if anyone joins, do say hello. If you don't say hello, the bed bugs might just bite. Alright, that's not what you want. What time is this? 2. He started playing an hour ago, I believe. Also, the game you're seeing right now is not what's happening at the board for them right now. There has to be a 15-minute delay on chess.com, and there has to be a 15-minute delay on the stream as per the fair play rules. So we're actually not seeing the stream and the board at the latest moment, basically, to prevent fair play issues, to prevent cheating, I guess. Because if everything was live, then someone could be giving him hints somehow, or something like that. I'm not too sure. Let's see. Black has just under an hour and 5 minutes now. So Black has technically spent 25 minutes, and White has spent no more than 12 minutes. This looks like this is like move 15 or something on the board. I think I can actually check. Yeah, this is move 14. After rook ab1, we have gotten to move 14. So there's plenty more of this game to come. Plenty more. Let's see. Also, if you guys can't see anything, if you'd rather I change any setup, do let me know. And I could fix things here and there. Okay. The only time I've really watched a classical game was like every world championship for the past 2 years. I mean, I haven't really watched them fully, but the only time I viewed a live classical game was where I would watch bits and pieces. I'd be joining the stream and coming out and coming towards the end of the streams when, you know, the Super Grandmasters are playing the World Championship. And I'm talking about Gukesh versus Ding the Ren, where I would come in stream and watch 5 or 10 minutes, and because it's so slow, I would, you know, come out and come back in. Because classical games are really slow. I think it's definitely easier to watch a blitz or bullet game, maybe even a rapid game as well, 30 minutes maximum, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I also watched Ding the Ren versus I Amsterdam Chess. That was a great world championship. Which one was better? Ding the Ren against I Amsterdam Chess, or Ding the Ren versus Gukesh? Ding the Ren was obviously out of form, but he gave a heck of a show, honestly. Like, he put in effort. Because he kept everything equal, like points-wise against Gukesh. I think they both had like 4.5 or something. But in the very last game, one small blunder, and it was over. You guys remember the last game between Gukesh and Ding the Ren? It was heartbreaking for Ding the Ren, but it was also deserved for Gukesh, I guess. Yeah, he made one small mistake. Where is this tournament? Is it Amsterdam Chess Open? Yes, it's the Amsterdam Chess Open. And we have 2 streamers in front of us. So we have Ingelab, ChessA-Z, who owns this channel. The creator of this channel. He's playing right now, the one drinking water. And then not to his side, but the person on the other side, the female, is also another streamer. Who's probably recording. I think there's a camera recording her game. That's Phoebe, who does live stream on Twitch as well. So we have 2 streamers streaming the game right now. The creator of this channel and Phoebe, who streams on Twitch. So they'll probably be matching up against each other at some point. I actually checked, and they're in the same group in this tournament. There's a group A, B, C, maybe a group D, I'm not too sure. But yeah, in a few days from now, maybe tomorrow, maybe a couple of days from now, they'll be playing against each other. So that'll probably be a good game as well. I am participating on the weekend. Are you? Participating the weekend thing. Of this tournament? Or another one? Another one. Let's see. If they are in the same, they are playing against each other. Yeah, I think they are. I think they're in the same group. So yeah, that'll be a fun matchup. Streamer versus streamer in a tournament. Always something nice to watch. Black is almost down to less than an hour here. And white is still over an hour. Nicely. Hour and 18 against 1 hour for black. Things are getting spicy soon enough. If black keeps using the time the way he is, he won't be able to keep things equal. I mean, quite frankly, right now, white does have an advantage. If he were to make the game equal now, if white makes a mistake, if he were to maintain this disadvantage of 1.2 and not let it get any more further than 1.2, if he's less than 20-30 minutes on the clock, there might be a mistake made. So he needs to speed up for sure. I'm not sure if there's like, let's say, some tournaments have a rule where if you get to like move 40 or 50, maybe even move 30, where you get plus 30 minutes added, or plus 50, 45, 1 hour. It's different for every tournament. I don't know if they have that, but what we do know is that black needs to watch that clock. Because white straight up is with a better position and is just up on the clock by 20 minutes. What is your rating? I don't have a FIDE rating. I've never played a tournament. I don't have ESCF, nothing like that. No rating OTB. I only really play chess.com, play on chess.com, and I'm about 22, 2100. I think if I were to get a FIDE rating, I'll probably be at the lowest. 16, 1700. Maybe similar to Ingelab right here. I don't really have OTB experience in general. Like, as I just said, I haven't played a tournament, but I started playing chess 4 years ago, and I just really haven't been playing OTB much at all. I've been to a local chess club of mine twice this year. I hope to go back there soon, but I'm not so sure. I definitely need to join some tournaments though. Play OTB? Yeah, it's fun, no? I really do enjoy playing OTB, but I don't know, I guess I'm not bothered to get a rating at the moment, even though that's something I want in the future. One of my goals in chess is to just get a FIDE rating. So I definitely gotta go for that at some point. And it will be exciting to see where I can go. I don't know. Are you from UK? Yeah, I am based in the UK. I am. Brawl Stars No Lifer. I actually used to play Brawl Stars. I haven't played that game for at least 4 or 5 years now though. But I used to play a lot of Brawl Stars. It was really fun. I used to buy the I used to purchase like every single Brawl Pass. I really liked that game, but for some reason I stopped playing it. It's been a long time. My favorite character was like... Who was my favorite character? I really liked Crow. And Crow, El Primo, Edgar. I'm not playing it? Oh, you don't play it? Have you played it before? Otherwise, your username would make no sense if you've never played it before. Or maybe it would, I don't know. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting. I saw the word Brawl Stars and it got me thinking. I also stopped it? Okay. I don't think it's as good as it was, to be honest. A lot of these games like Clash Royale, Clash of Clans, Brawl Stars, they'll have crazy good peaks and then at some point it just becomes stale, boring, and the experience is just a little too much. I don't know. I don't think it's as fun as it was before. Brawl Stars had a very good prime, and the prime lasted a long time, to be honest. Some of these games, when they add too many features, it just gets too much. And, yeah, it's just too much. Alright, yeah, Black's still spending a lot of time here. 56 seconds. Seconds? Minutes. 56 minutes on the clock. I mean, what would he be playing as Black here? Hold on. What would he play as Black? What would be a good move? What are the ideas for Black? Can Black play b5 and just expand on the queen side? Because that might be a decent idea. So b5, let's say a4 takes, pawn on c5 takes, c4 recaptures, and yeah, white's just up a pawn there. I guess you get an open a file for Black, but there's not much to do. So Black has this queen on c8 and this bishop on d7. The idea behind that was to attack the h3 pawn. All white needed to do was play king h2 to defend the pawn with the bishop, and that's exactly what they did. And now you can see this knight on e8 is just completely out of the game. You probably want to improve your pieces that are not doing anything. And right now, Black's most useless pieces, in my opinion, are the rook on a8 and the knight on e8. So, Black played a5 because they wanted to go for a queenside pawn push somehow. And white, honestly, I really like the move, and they straight up just played a4, saying I don't want you to push. And of course, a4 just prevents pawn b5. And I think a4 is a really good move. Let's see. Maybe h4. Do you think? White could play h4. I mean, if white plays h4, I think that knight would be jumping to g4. Forking the king and bishop. Of course, you're not losing material there. But I think it's in white's interest to keep the bishop. In my opinion. Oh, you're saying white should, Are you saying white should play h5? Rook b8 or knight e6? Yeah, I think... You know what? h5 might actually be good to, like, stop a pawn push from white. I also do like rook b8. Knight e6 makes sense as well to just get the knight off of the back rank. And as we spoke about earlier, with a4, c4, and the knight on c3, black can't go for b5 right now. But if they do go rook b8, they can go for b5, right? So rook b8 for black. And if they go b5 in the future, let's say a takes on b5, pawn recaptures, white c4 pawn recaptures, bishop takes, knight takes, and the rook on b8 can capture the knight on b5. So yeah, since you play a4 and black can't play a4 if that's what they wanted to play, you should definitely improve your rook at some point, whether it's now or sometime down the line, and play rook b8 looking for pawn b5. Honestly, I've played white's position a ton of times, like the exact setup, with knight c3, bishop on e3, queen d2, bishop g2, king h2, stuff like this, rook on f-file. A lot of ideas that black tries to go for, or one of the ideas that black tries to go for, and it's a pretty decent idea, is rook b8 looking for b5. Because there's not much kingside play for black, at least in this position, at the current moment. So rook b8 I think would be a decent idea. Yeah, I think rook b8 would be pretty solid. Let's see. Can you show the whole game? I could show the whole game, but you're gonna... the way I've got everything set up, you're gonna be missing one of the screens for now. I can show you the game. So far, white is playing with 96.3% accuracy. They're up by 1.2 on the eval bar, and black has played with 90.3% accuracy. And so the game started off with c4. White played the English opening. And we have e5, knight c3, knight f6, pawn g3, pawn c6, potentially preparing d5. If d5 takes... Honestly, black had the chance to go for d5 here. But they missed the chance, and now white plays wait, white played d3. Can you not still go d5 here? You could. Wait, let me reset this, because I don't know why the colors changed. Alright, let me just show you the game. Alright, let me stop yapping. So we got all these moves, trying to make d5 impossible. He's playing the English opening, and he's using a Maroczy bind, which is with c4 and e4, preventing this, with the help of these guys. And yeah, everything is pretty standard. Of course, white is with a slight advantage at the start of every game. So white is up by 0.6 right now. Knight f8 was actually a decent move. Not a top 3 move, but maybe a top 5 move. And everything's going okay. White has an advantage of 0.9. After this, white's up by 1.3. Had they gone f5, I spoke about f5, but why would it work? Because you're just giving a pawn. But then you're going g4 to kick out the bishop. And apparently knight g3 is good here. g5 and there's knight h5. So the fish likes the idea of giving up the pawn here. Bishop back, knight g3. If a random move is played, maybe bend this. But they still go knight h5. I don't know. Yeah, black played some sort of Caro-Kann, but they never went for d5, which is what you usually do. Okay, black actually finally made a move. Knight to e6. I need to do I need to update the board? I think they made their move. I think everything's set up. I hate the English. I just play e4. I play e4 as well, but if my opponent does play c5, I actually try and transpose into the English. That's what I do personally. The English could be a little annoying, especially with this setup that White has, because it's very difficult to figure out a plan, and sometimes a lot of plans just, you know, sort of happen in the middle of the board, sometimes, and Black cannot go d5, so that's not an option. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Black plays. They played knight c5. Do I have the stream delayed? I might need to fix it. Wait, hold on a minute. Let me check something. Is the stream delayed or no? Okay. Okay, it should be fine. White to move now. So they actually went for f5. I just played the mainline Sicilian. My coach said that I need to play mainline, but so much theory. There's a lot of theory in the mainline, and just quite frankly, there's too much theory in the Sicilian. I know one variation of the Sicilian. I don't know too many of the ideas, and so I don't play it too often. But out of all the Sicilian variations, I play the Dragon. I think that one's the most interesting for me, and maybe one of the easier ones to play, because the dark square bishop's quite powerful, and I don't know, I think the ideas there are okay. But yeah, in my opinion, Sicilian, too much theory, it's not the opening for me. I don't want to play a game and go into too much theory, personally. But that could help, because maybe we'll get to some point where your opponent doesn't know theory. And of course, to know the moves in theory, you're going to have good ideas. You're going to know the ideas. But yeah, Sicilian's super solid. Dragon is objectively not so good. Is that true? I thought it was one of the best variations. I don't know if that's what I heard, but... Actually, that is what I heard. I watched the video by Gotham Chess on the Dragon. I watched a few of his... I have his chesslead.com membership course type of thing. And I learned the Dragon from him. And it did help. I actually won a few nice games with the help of his course. He said it was a good opening. And you're saying it's not. I don't play it right now because it's just really hard to play. What's a better opening to play for Sicilian then? If they go for the Yugoslav attack and long castle, it is very hard to play for Black. I don't quite know off the top of my head what the Yugoslav attack is. I've heard of it. I think I might have played against it. Yeah, when I've played the Dragon, a lot of people do long castle. It is good for Black if White short castles. Okay. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I don't play this opening too much because you need to know the theory. Sicilian's really difficult. And with the Dragon, I think there's two different variations. There's the Accelerate Dragon. Maybe there's more variations. I think there's the Accelerate Dragon where you play pawn d5, I think it is. And then the regular version where you play pawn d6. I think I play the regular version with pawn d6. But then that pawn on the e-file on e7, I think it is just very difficult to play with. Like, it shouldn't be there. I think I'm thinking of the correct position. I don't know. I played the Kalashnikov. I don't know these variations off the top of my head, but I know they're popular. I've heard of the Yugoslav and the Kalashnikov. It's also pretty bad, but if they don't know the reputation, it's a crazy game, so I like it. That's the way it should be, honestly. That's completely fine. I play some openings where, if they know theory, I'm cooked. I do play the Danish Gambit. If they know decent theory and a decent reputation, I'm gonna get cooked. But it's good to play openings and have fun. You should be having fun when you play chess. And as you said, you can get some crazy games with it, crazy positions. I think that's always super fun. I like getting into, if I can, I like getting into adventurous attacking games, stuff like that. Kalashnikov is not much theory. That's good, in my opinion. Maybe some people like theory. Theory does help. That is the truth. Theory does help a lot. But if you're lacking theory, then it could be difficult to play out these openings. I mean, yeah, that's why they made Chess 960, to get away from theory. I think that's interesting as well. I've never really played Chess 960, or at least I'm not the biggest fan. I might try that in the future though. Okay, so white hasn't moved for a while now. Let's see. I don't have much fun, but my rating is nearly 2000 OTB, so I guess I have fun. That's good. Keep at it, man. Maybe you can get a title someday. I have a friend who's just under 2000, so he has a long way to get a title. Of course, he needs to get to like 2200 to get CM, I believe, Candidate Master. So it will take time, but if you're close to 2000, I think you're definitely on the way to get a title. And to get a title would be very nice, if that's one of your goals. Or just for anyone around that elo, I think that would be a nice goal. Like if you're around 2k OTB, I think it would be nice to just gain at least 200 more. I hope so. I want to get CM. Yeah, you can definitely get it. Maybe it takes time, maybe it takes little to no time and comes faster than you expected. But I'd say you're definitely on, of course I haven't seen your games and whatnot, but if you're around 2000, you're definitely, you know, getting there. You're definitely on the way. I think my friend told me the gap between like 2050 to 2200 is quite large. And that's generally how it gets when you're just gaining elo. Like if you get to 2500, to get to 2600, it might be the toughest thing ever. I don't know. I do not know. Yeah, if you can get 50 elo per tournament, that's just crazy. That's a big number. As long as you gain elo every tournament, or every other tournament. You want to be gaining as much elo as you can, obviously. If you gain 50 per tournament, that's good. What do you get per win? Is it like +8? Oh no, it depends on what your opponent's rating is as well. Pretty sure it works like that as well. Last tournament I played at IM, but I got destroyed. And the gap is large. Okay. Yeah, I see a lot of like... I've seen tournaments where there's like 1700 rate players, 1800s. And then there's also like an IM or something. Don't know how it works. I don't know if they match up against each other, but it's interesting to me. For wins around 15? Okay. Like, no matter the elo difference, or just like on average? Okay, I got you. Yeah, I think classical chess is the most competitive. What I heard is that classical chess is the most respected time control. And so if someone asks what's your OTB rating, you would probably talk about your classical rating. I could be wrong. I mean, it's not like someone's gonna mention their Buddha rating, to be honest. If they have a high elo, maybe +25, okay, that's good. But on average, +15. It's pretty good. So if you get 3 wins, you're practically gaining 50 elo. But if they're high, you can gain a lot. I also play classical, okay. I've never played classical myself. As I said, I never played in an OTB tournament. The longest game I've played personally is 1510, and that's on chess.com. I think I'm definitely, you know, missing out on the real world chess. So I need to give it a try as well. Yeah, the longest game I've played is 1510. So to play a classical game where it might be an hour and 30, that's gonna be crazy to me. But I know some people who you know, always play rapid when they play on chess.com. But when they play a tournament, their favorite time control is classical. It takes time, it's time consuming, but I also asked one of my friends, they said, at least in their opinion, out of every time control, the most rewarding one is classical. Due to the fact that you spend all this time. And so to get a win out of that, after spending hours on end, you know, up to 3 hours playing a chess game, maybe longer, maybe shorter, that's the most rewarding win. I mean, it makes sense, because if you win a game in bullet, it's not going to hit the same as a classical game, I guess. Longer games are a bit boring. Yeah, I share the same feeling. I prefer, if I were to watch chess, I prefer watching Blitz, or even bullet. Quick games. Maybe I can't understand all the ideas, but classical can take time. Maybe there's a moment where people are spending like 30 minutes on a move, you know, and you're just waiting to see what the next move is. But yeah, it can be boring for a lot of people, including myself. I'm not the most fascinated by classical, but I can definitely respect it. Obviously, they need to take time to find the best move, or the best move they could find. What else did I want to say? I kind of forgot. I'm not too sure. But yeah, white still has a great time advantage. 1 hour and 7 minutes against 49 minutes for black. Black's looking to the side, trying to figure stuff out. They're both writing notations. Notation. So far, there's not too much action in this game. When the time, you know, starts decreasing, hopefully we can see more exciting moves. Because this is just getting to the middle game right now. Maybe 5 moves ago, it just got into the early middle game, in my opinion. The longest time I spent on the move was 45 minutes, I think. I think Hikaru had the same situation against Sindarov a while ago when Sindarov played a novelty. And I think Hikaru ended up losing. And he was really frustrated with the novelty that was played, because he didn't expect it at all. I had a game with 3 brilliants and a rucksack. It was my immortal game. That's good. OTB chess with that type of gameplay, yeah, that must be the best feeling ever. And yeah, to play a game and notice you're immortal is really nice as well. I've played some games. Of course, I said I've never really played OTB chess, but I've played a bunch of games online on chess.com, and there are some games where I would consider it my best, but I don't have a game that I think is, okay, this is definitely my immortal game. So I'm still personally waiting for that. But yeah, I think an immortal game is really nice to have. And obviously in an immortal game, you're probably going to be playing the smoothest thing ever and just getting brilliance left, right, and center. So yeah, that's nice to hear. Let me stop waffling. Alright, everyone like the stream if you haven't already, please and thank you. Boom. Let's see. Yeah, white has a 26-minute lead in the clock. It's a big advantage. I think I was gonna say we're at the halfway mark. I don't know about that. I mean, we're kind of at the halfway mark for black's clock, but white has a lot of time. We're probably like 30% through this game. I mean, at some point, they could be down on the clock, and I think there's a lot of increment. I actually haven't noticed what the increment was. Okay, white just gained like 20 or 30 seconds. I didn't quite catch that. But okay, G4. G4 and they maintain that advantage. I mean, as white, the idea is obviously going to be G4 into G5. Of course, if black's pawn on G6 recaptures, maybe the G pawn recaptures. But I think what white would love to get in this position is G5. So maybe G5, knight H5, and maybe F6. Would that be a good idea? You're definitely like clamping down on black's position. But you could also argue with g5 and pawn f6 that your bishop and queen won't really be able to do anything. But those pawns will be really annoying, and they will shut down the dark square bishop and potentially just immobilize the knight or something. So let's see. What would black play here? Tough position for black, honestly. I mean, they're not down material, but they're just super cramped. And when you get hit by a move like g4, you know you need to play the right move here. It's not an easy position for black. Not the easiest for white either to keep the advantage, but the goal is clear, to keep up the pressure and I guess just clamp down on the position. Maybe g5 into f6 is a good idea to get the bishop out of the game, the dark square bishop. We spoke about this earlier. You could also consider bishop h6 to trade the bishops. If white plays bishop h6... Actually, right now, if black plays bishop h6... Sorry, if white plays bishop h6, so bishop e3 to h6, could the black bishop recapture with the idea that if the queen recaptures, the knight on c5 picks up the pawn on d3? That could be interesting. Let's say bishop h6 for white. Black captures with the bishop. Queen recaptures. Knight takes on d3. g5. Kicking out the knight. Maybe knight h5 into pawn f6 for white. And with the pawn on f6 and the queen on h6, you are threatening mate on g7. But the problem is that the knight on h5 would be preventing that. I think that could be an interesting line. I don't know if that's the best line, but I think that could spice things up for this game and just make it interesting. Black would be up a pawn, but damn, that now on h5 would be preventing a mate. But maybe you can play bishop f3 to threaten, you know, takes on h5, taking the knight out to get the mate. I don't know if that made too many sense. I should be drawing arrows, but I can't draw arrows without one of the cameras stopping, basically. My apologies, guys. My apologies. Yeah, do like the stream if you haven't already. We got 5 likes on the stream. Shout out everyone, bro. Shout out. Shoot out. Yeah. Okay, so black's turn after playing g4, and they are now down to half their clock. 20-minute difference between black and white. Big difference. They started with an hour and 30 and they're down to half now. Again, I said earlier, I don't know if there's gonna be something like where if you play 40 moves on the board, maybe you get plus 20 or 30 minutes. I don't know if that's a thing in this tournament. Some tournaments do that, where they give you extra time if you reach a certain move. And it's usually around move 40, maybe move 60. It depends on the tournament, really. Yeah, like I said earlier, not anything crazy. Nothing crazy has happened in this game, but you can tell it's going to get exciting real soon. I mean, g4 is a big move. You don't just push your kingside pawns for no reason. And I really like g4. I would have played the same thing. I mean, g4, you're most likely going to go g5 at some point. Maybe not in the next move, but definitely at some point. So let's see. Black's not managing his time the best. Honestly, his time management is not horrible. The thing is, there's a time difference here of 20 minutes, so at some point, black is going to need to speed things up. If they keep playing at this speed, they're going to get flagged. If they keep playing at this speed, we might see Ingolab at 45 minutes and black at 15 minutes or something. But this is what happens when you play chess. The time management's not amazing right now. But as you go on, he's going to realize that, okay, white has so much time, I have little to no time. I need to blitz out these moves. And maybe there's going to come a time where black can kind of equalize on the clock. Basically, the lower his clock gets, the more he's going to realize, okay, I need to hurry up. And maybe, just maybe, he'll act on it. Maybe. Let's see. It'll be interesting. This game. Okay. Classical is interesting, bro. A lot of time to think. Find the right move. I mean, yeah, this is not the best for black. Black doesn't have a single idea on his side of the board. White has the initiative. Black is... I don't know, do I use the word defending? I might have to use the word defending because black is not doing too much. White's coming with the pressure and coming with the game-winning ideas, in which case he's going for an attack. What's not possible? I said a lot of words in the past minute, so I completely forgot what I was, everything I was talking about. What's not possible exactly? Thank you all for liking the stream, by the way. Let's see. Okay. Mm-hmm. 41 minutes. Black spent at least around 10 minutes here. So, yeah, need to hurry up. Also, if you guys can't see the board or if you would like me to adjust anything, do let me know as well. Shouldn't be able to see everything, but I could improve things if necessary. Hold on. Hold on. I've never watched the whole classical game. That's literally what I'm doing today. So the first time I'm watching a whole classical game, I'm commentating on the game. Watching a classical game could be a little tiring. Commentating as well could be a little struggle. This is fun. I'm having fun though. I've never commentated anything in general. So yeah, I'm happy to be here personally. Watch and commentate. White got up his seat. A lot of chess players get up their seat. What could be the reason behind it? They need to walk around and think, makes it easier. Maybe they're tired of sitting. They need to clear their thoughts. Plenty of different reasons. Maybe check out the board from a different angle. Bunch of things they can do. You could also watch other games as well. Say no more, Brawl Stars. Say no more, say no more. Yeah, it could be a stressful game. I mean, chess is just super intense, bro. Chess is a brutal game. One mistake and it's over. And making a mistake in classical you know, a very impactful mistake would be crushing. Because you could spend so much time having a good game, winning the game, maybe just keeping the game equal. One mistake and you might lose. So yeah, to get up and walk about, might need to do that. Because there's a bunch of different things that can just make you feel tired. Or just anxious. I don't know. I do not know. Let's see. Yeah, I can't play right now. Are you asking to play a game? I can't play right now. I do stream myself. My YouTube channel is Shamz21. I usually do play with viewers on Sundays. I usually host tournaments. Sometimes I do, you know, accept invites as well. So maybe you could possibly catch me streaming. I stream, I believe it's called vertically. Like, I stream portrait mode. Not like this, whereas this is horizontal. I hope I don't have things messed up. I stream in a portrait version on YouTube Shorts. But yeah, I usually do stream on Shams21 and I do play with viewers as well. So maybe you could catch me there. By coincidence or something, I don't know. But, let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. "36 minutes? Damn, he's spending a lot of time." I mean, yeah, like I said earlier, not the easiest position at all. He might need to get up, walk around, and just clear his head or something, I don't know. Maybe that will help. Maybe that's not necessary. Ingelav is back, sitting at the chair, and he's chilling. And waiting. Yeah, so at once, I think the clock difference peaked at like a 20-minute advantage for white against black. But now there's a 31-minute advantage. And that's big. I would say that's pretty big in a classical game. 36 minutes is still a lot. But your opponent basically has double your time, so you're gonna need to speed things up. I understand it's not the easiest position. If you make a mistake in a bullet game, your opponent might not find that mistake and capitalize off of it. In a classical game though, especially with this time difference, I guess black's trying to find the right move, and they know if they don't, white will probably find the right move given the time they have on the clock, and given that they are just with an advantage already. The moves are not easy for black. For white, I think the moves are reasonable. There's a few different reasonable moves. See you later. Thank you for joining. Alright, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Appreciate you joining. Alright, big shout out to you. Take care. Come on. Let's see it. Is he gonna make a move? We's gonna find out. Hold on. Yeah, we will find out. We will find out. My prediction, he's gonna make a move within the next 3 minutes. Just a random prediction based off of nothing. You can't let the clock get further down than 30 minutes on this move. Surely not. That would be pretty rough for black here. I mean, yeah, he's playing with the black pieces down on the clock and he has a disadvantage in the position. There's a few things going wrong, unfortunately, for him. And there's like everything going right for white here. Also, yeah, Ingelab's opponent is 82 years old. That's really impressive for him to, you know, be playing in this tournament. And you can see he's rated 1725, which is currently higher than Ingelab. So this is quite impressive for him to be playing this game right here. Big shout out to him. Let's see. He probably has a lot of experience, but we cannot deny that Ingelab has an advantage, and no matter how long he's been playing chess, he'll probably be able to, you know, pull this through and maintain the advantage and maybe start winning material. Or just checkmate the king eventually. What's going to happen in this game? Is White going to win material to where his opponent resigns, or does he get checkmate? Could be either or. Could be where he just gains material and then gets to checkmate. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so their game is finished. I'm not too sure who was playing there exactly. I know there was Phoebe, who is a streamer, and of course, the guy who just got up. So their game just finished. We got the white and the black king staring at one another. Does that mean it's a draw? I forgot how it really works. You have two kings in the center. Does that mean it was a draw? Or is there a certain position that one of the kings needs to be placed to say, okay, this is a win? Might be like that, but I don't really know. But I don't really know. Let's see. "31 minutes. Clock's ticking. Tick-tock on the ticker, bro. Tick-tock on the ticker. I mean, I honestly don't know what black would play here. I spoke about white's ideas, but what would black do? Because you can't just invite g5, can you? Could you play... Oh, you can't even play, like, pawn h6 as black. Because you can just snap that down. Because white has a bishop and queen attacking that, and black would have a bishop defending that. Pawn h6 with the idea to prevent g5. Let's say pawn h6 and pawn g5 for whatever reason. Black takes, bishop comes in. That's just not looking too pleasant either. What would the move h5 do? h5, g4 takes on h5, pawn g6 recaptures. Oh no, what about h5? I mean, h5 and white might just go g4. There's a lot going on here. But if h5, maybe f takes on g6. F takes back on g6. And then g4 takes on h5, and maybe knight takes or something. Yeah, I don't really know what's gonna happen here. I don't think that's the right line or sequence. I said black would make a move within the next 4 minutes or so. I think 5 or 6 minutes just passed. So just under 30 minutes now. If you don't make a move now, it's only gonna get worse. I mean, that's an obvious statement. He has now spent over 15 minutes on his move right here. I'm pretty sure he was at about 47 or 48. Minute 47 or minute 48. Black's probably never been in this position. That's what makes these positions really difficult. I don't mean this exact positions, but this exact position. But if you've been in a similar position to this as black before, to where you've been with a slight disadvantage, you might be able to find a decent idea. But if you've never been in a position like this, and in chess you can get into any position possible. Literally. The possibilities are endless. It's very hard to know what to do if the position doesn't look familiar. And so most likely it's probably very unfamiliar for black. Let's see. So Ingelab has gotten off his seat. Currently walking around, chilling. Taking a chill pill. Taking a chill pill is always a nice thing to do. And so yeah, the games are clearing up. There are seats on the other table, not the one next to them, but on the next table, there doesn't seem to be a chessboard. I'm wondering if the game was played there or not. I really don't know. Yeah. I mean, yeah, 27 minutes, bro. It's not gonna get easier. The move has to be made. The move has to be made. I mean, this does happen in Classical a lot, where people have spent upwards of 45 minutes. Some moves are genuinely the most important. And Black definitely needs to find a real good move there. It'll be interesting to see what he plays, because I really don't know what Black could play here. It's not a pleasant position in the slightest. Let's see. Let us see. Let us see. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I was just checking something. I was just checking something. A move still hasn't been made. It's getting harder and harder. The more time that goes past, the more pressure, which is pretty obvious. Hold on a minute. Okay. White now has a 40-minute advantage. It's a lot. White's been pacing up and down throughout the venue quite a lot. I think he might have gotten up maybe 5 or 10 times, no joke. Black could be here until the end of the game. Maybe he never plays a move. He probably will play a move at some point. I mean, it depends on how bad he thinks this position is. That's probably affecting his time spent on this move. I know it's itching, I'm not sure why. Itching. I said it's itching. Yeah. Someone's watching on his game, or at least they were. A lot of people do that. Maybe they're playing a chess game, they go up and just watch another game. Kind of clears things out. Stop thinking about their own game for the time being. I think that helps every now and then. Especially if the game is difficult and just stressful. Maybe complex. Complex. It might be complex. Okay, I think he'll make a move before it gets to 20 minutes. I say that, but we've had no sign that he's about to make a move. He hasn't really lifted his hand to say, or at least show that he's considering a move. Maybe that means he doesn't really have an idea, but he's just really stressing out on the position. We'll see it. Yeah, it's really hot wherever you are in the world as well, so the heat is definitely not gonna help. I mean, there probably are countries where it's actually like winter time now. I think that's a thing in some parts of the world where everything's just completely different compared to the majority. So let's see. Okay, he plays a move. Knight to b3. Okay. Okay, knight b3. Right, let's think about this. This move is attacking the queen. Okay, he actually made a move. Knight b3. Let's say queen c2, for example, attacking the knight. There is no way to defend the knight, so the knight would have to go back to c5. Unless queen c2, and instead of knight c5, they play knight d4. But that's just considered knight d4. So queen c2, knight d4. Let's say knight captures knight, pawn takes, and bishop takes on d4. You're gonna be up a pawn. And then the bishop is x-raying through his knight, looking at black's dark square bishop. So the d4 bishop will be looking at the bishop on g7. They go for queen d1. Queen c2 is definitely not the right idea. I like queen d1 personally. Because queen c2, you're not really able to come back to the action on the right side. And there's going to be a lot of action on the right side. Or at least that's where the most action is currently is at the moment. Most of the action is on the right side. So queen d1. And let's just put it like this. If knight d4, knight captures. Pawn e5 recaptures, bishop d4. And since you move that knight from e2 to d4 to capture the knight, you can get the queen to f3. ID played queen c2. And if knight d4, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, and it's not so easy to get the queen back to the right side. So if they do play d4, knight d4, if black plays that, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, queen f3 could be a nice move. We'll see. Hello, Coda, what's up? Yo, Vivek, no worries at all. Bro, Nihal is a strong player in Bullet. I mean, I am too, of course, Alireza. But Nihal, he's on another planet. What can I do? What can I do, bro? What can I do? And condolences, yeah, I appreciate it. It's no problem at all. It's no worry in the world. It happens. I'll get him next time is what I'll do. Okay, so queen d1 and he brings the knight back to c5. I mean, white is peaking on the eval bar. Let me just tab out to check the eval bar. Plus 1.9. Now, the best move in this position is pretty obvious. So, you're not too bothered about the queen on d2 and the knight, the bishop on e3 no longer being lined up to maybe offer a trade down here. You straight up just play g5. Oh, he takes? The advantage is gone. Hold on. The advantage is completely gone. How can I get things... The advantage is completely gone. That's actually crazy. So the best move in the position was g5, just clamping down. If g5 was played by white, let's consider knight h5. Maybe white could have played f6. The game is anyone's now. And another mistake, and Black has a slight advantage. Hold on. They just smiled at each other. What happened? Something happened. Maybe they were talking about what could have been played. Maybe, just maybe, Ingilab realizes he should have gone g5. I thought g5 was obvious. I mean, it's not so easy when you're playing the game. It's much easier to consider ideas when you're watching the game. Also, let me just say this. Before f takes on g6, we had 18 moves on the board. White had 98.4% accuracy. Black had around 90% accuracy. As soon as they played this move, from 98.4, the accuracy dropped to 88.2. And as I said, they had 98 and black had 90. Now white has 88.2% accuracy and black has 89.4. It's practically equal. It's not the largest difference, but damn, that's a big moment. It's a big moment. g5 f6 did look strong. Yeah, let me actually go through it. I know I keep switching screens and you can't see what's happening between them, but g5, knight h5, and the simplest thing you can do, and it's not even the best move, is f6. Just clamp down on the position. In this position, Fish really likes bishop f3. I was also talking about this earlier. Well, actually, they played knight c5. There was a position earlier where maybe this could have been played. And if takes, queen takes, knight takes on d3 looks interesting. Oh, but that would be a blunder because of pawn takes on g6. The knight's hanging, you're threatening mate. So at this point, boom, boom. This is not something that was close to happening, but I thought that was interesting. Okay, let's go back to the share both screens. There's no reason for white to reveal black's cramped position. Yeah, absolutely not. Obviously, it's going to be harder when you're the one playing the game, but man, I did think g5 was like something that was coming. Like, I thought that was an instinct type of move. Like, you just push pawns. When all hope is lost, or when you don't really have the craziest idea, you just push pawns. As I showed you earlier, g5, knight h5, and playing f6 after those two moves would not have been the best idea. The better idea would have been bishop f3 before playing f6 maybe, to threaten to capture the knight and damage his pawn structure and double the pawns. But the simplest thing he could have done was g5 and f6 and just kick out his pieces and make things 10 times more cramped. And so yeah, like I said earlier, hold on. Black is technically winning. They're not grandmasters, so he might not be able to maintain that advantage. But he does have an advantage of 0.7, when 3 moves earlier, white had an advantage of 1.9. That's actually crazy to me. And so white has a lot of time to think. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like we spoke about, one mistake and you can just give up your advantage out of nowhere. One mistake out of nowhere and your advantage is gone. One mistake out of nowhere and you're losing. And so not only did white equalize the game, I believe, after, yeah, so this gave black an advantage of 0.3, 0.2, which is practically equal. Playing this move and black's up by 0.8 actually. Which is not the largest advantage, but it's definitely an advantage that you can play for. Okay, well it's actually updated to like 0.7 or something. It's not the largest advantage, but it's an advantage. What can black's plan be? That's a good question. I mean, all of a sudden, yeah, this is actually crazy. Having played what white did, black's pieces are back in the game. And so the rook that was once on the f file, that went to the e file, has now moved back to the f file. I don't think black has any crazy winning ideas. I mean, maybe they can go rook b8 looking for b5. That's always an idea in these positions. Rook b8 for black to where he can go for b5, right? I think that's playable. Otherwise, maybe you move the queen to just get the rooks to see each other, and maybe you can double rooks on the f file and just trade pieces. I don't really know how this goes. But yeah, we'll find out what the plan is. I can actually check what the best moves would be here. So I'll play like 5 moves for each color. So queen d2 apparently. Best move here for black would be bishop e6. Just improve the pieces. Same way we improve the queen and line up these two. Could you consider this? No, because of this and this apparently. Wait, I'm tripping. This. Oh, and if you take, boom. Okay, so queen d2 into this is not an idea, but you just develop the queen and line the two up. Knight g1. Very passive move. I guess you try and go for knight f3. h5. G takes h5. Knight takes. Knight c e2. And white has to defend for a while. White has two. I was gonna say they have to prevent this move. This is not a move though. Best move here is this. Takes. Queen c7. Queen c2 for whatever reason. Rook f8 and they go from there. Black's up by 0.5, but I don't know. I wouldn't say this is like winning for black. I mean, obviously white doesn't really have crazy ideas there anymore. Wild. Alright, let me see. Let me see. "20 minutes against 1 hour, so black does have a slight advantage, but the clock difference remains the same. A 40 minute advantage is diabolical. I will be impressed if bishop e6, knight g1 stuff happens, yeah. So bishop e6 and just reroute the knight to look for knight f3 or something. I mean, yeah, the knight on e2 is not the strongest, so f3 is definitely a better tile. The bishop could do a little more. They could go over to e6. In which case, for example, bishop e6, I would say, makes pawn d4, pawn push for white a little difficult. Because if you ever do that, you might lose the pawn on c4. I don't know. The knight on c5 for black is pretty decent. It's maintaining pressure on the a4 pawn, but that pawn is defended twice. By the knight on c3 and the queen on d1. Of course, the queen's not going to stay on d1 for a long time. Wait, hold on. I think, wasn't the queen on d2? Oh no, I was showing that the fish wanted queen d2. Yeah, so white's best move is queen d2 here. Let's see what they play. We're gonna find out. I mean, he's living on the top of the mountains with the clock. Position-wise, though, not quite, not anymore. That happens a lot, you know. I mean, I've seen that in Grandmaster games. Even when there's no, you know, crazy time difference, I've seen Grandmasters have an advantage for a long time. And then they just play one move, maybe they miss something, and the game equalizes. It's crazy. I'll be honest, I think Black definitely knew he was losing. I mean, Black spent 25 or like 23, 22 minutes on one move. From like minute 45 to like minute 23. They played knight c5 to knight b3. They eventually brought the knight back. White took on g6 with the f pawn. And a few moves later we got rook f8. Black knew he was losing. White knew he was winning, but I think he knows there's nothing now. I think he knows he made a mistake. I could be wrong though. Could be wrong, man. Time's at 3:20. Alright, I've been commentating for a while now. It's getting spicy. Spicy. I mean, yeah, this game had increments. Each side had an hour and a half. And black has lost an hour and 10. White has lost about 35 minutes. So that's like, with increments, that's like almost 2 hours. And I think there's like 20-30 seconds of increment. So we got another hour and a half potentially with increments put together. Otherwise, if this game goes all the way, it could potentially end in 1 minute and 15. Let's see. Black does not know what to play. They ain't got a flipping clue. I mean, maybe they do, but they're trying to find the best move. It's usually the reason why they take this long. Or maybe they can't find the move. The right move. Maybe. Okay, he went for Queen D2. The top move in this position was indeed Queen D2. I mean, it's one of the most natural moves on the board. Just line up the queen with the bishop, get the queen off his starting square. I mean, I guess there's also knight c5 to b3 once again, like he played before. Okay, wait, let me update the... Okay, he's back at his C. Alright, shout out everyone, bro. Shout out everyone. So yeah, what was black's best move here? It was bishop e6. Yeah, the best move here for black was bishop e6. Followed by knight g1 for white. Into, what was it? Was it like pawn h5? There were pawn h5 ideas. There were also queen c7 ideas. Maybe that was like knight g1, queen c7 for black, and knight f3. Let's actually check. Yeah, queen c7. Okay, I think it said knight g1 at one point, but now the top... Okay, no, the top engine move is knight g1, but there's a few others. There's king h1, there's b3. And I think king h1 and b3 are primarily waiting moves. I don't really know. King h1 moves out of this. b3 doesn't really do much. If anything, it just lets the knight attack another pawn and you need to stay defending. b3 is actually the top move, but king h1 and knight g1 are closely equal. If you go here, h5. You could play knight f3, but it's not the strongest. Strongest move here would be this. Takes and takes. And if captures back, queen h6, double attack, go from there. So this and this. That's interesting. White is up a pawn here, but black has the advantage, apparently. Again, after this move that was played, if queen c7, the best move is b3. Here is where you play this move, potentially. Could you play this? You could. But at this point, it kind of wants king h1, knight g3, or rook f3. Slow developing moves, I don't know. Bishop e6 also looks natural just to coordinate black pieces, prevents any d4 push as a plus. Yeah, I agree with you. I think, so yeah, so white just played queen d2. I think the most natural move is this. You know, I was talking about queen c7 being the best move, but I think it's like almost identical to this, like eval bar wise. Like the eval bar doesn't really budge. between these moves. Plus 0.8, plus 0.7. Same thing. So yeah. As black, I think I would go bishop e6. Wait, white played okay, I might need to bring the stream a little back. Hold on, guys, hold on. I can't get everything lined up correctly for some reason. Or at least everything is not updated on the board accordingly to the stream. I don't know. But basically... Oh, I keep hiding the screen. My apologies, guys. My apologies. So, black played knight e6. That's interesting. And white went for bishop h6. So... if bishop takes, queen takes. Improve the queen. That definitely helps white. The queen can't do much, but... it's definitely a good... idea for white, I guess. Black has 18 minutes. That is not much time at all. White had an hour and 5 minutes, and now they're down to 54, so... their clock has also run down, but there still remains a 40-minute difference. 4-0. It's a big number. It's like 2/3 of an hour. It's not like 2/3, it is 2/3 of an hour. Okay, what would be a good move for black? You could maybe take the bishop and get away with it, but it usually doesn't make sense to take the bishop and invite the queen. There's just really nothing that would happen if the queen comes into the game. But I feel like naturally you wouldn't want to take to improve the queen, so I personally wouldn't take the bishop. It wouldn't be the end of the world, but to me it wouldn't make the most sense to improve his pieces. If white takes black's bishop, eventually, then the king can develop, you know, and the king's happy to do that. Let's see. What could black play here? They still can't go for b5. There hasn't really been any crazy, like, pawn break in this position. I mean, I guess the f5 pawn took on g6, but... I mean, I guess there was that pawn push and pawn break type of thing. Okay, black plays knight d4. I might need to adjust the stream. It's not... maybe I haven't timed everything well, the stream and the game. But there's been points where the stream's been tied up with the game, but the game showed the moves a little too late. I could be wrong. Black has 16 minutes and 47 seconds. And white has a whopping 53. Oh, and after knight d4, the game is a little more equal. I would call this equal. 0.3. So black peaked at plus 0.95. And you know what the best move in this position was? To keep an advantage of 0.9. And the second move would keep an advantage of 0.7. And that would have been queen e8. The best move was takes. I was saying this doesn't seem the most natural. I can understand it, I guess. Because there's really no threat. But I didn't feel like there's any reason to take. The follow-up here could be plenty things. It could be queen e8, queen d8, or queen c7. Getting the queen to the right side, or just getting the queen down to where the rooks look at one another, I guess. But okay, knight d4. Okay, and he took the bishop now. He played the best move. Another move was knight takes d4 first. But knight takes d4 is interesting. Takes, takes, Apparently you can take here first. But can't you take the knight attacking the queen? No. You go queen h6 in this position. In which case the rook is under attack. If you move the rook, we are taking the knight. The knight is under attack twice. The rook is under attack twice. Black is losing in this position. That obviously, this is just made up. Best move here is pawn c2. Just complicate stuff and cause issues. Rook bc1. Knight to g4 check because you're gonna lose material. Takes. Don't take with the rook because you might be causing problems, I guess. Bishop takes and this, and you go from there. And in this position, white is winning white because they're up a piece. And they're only down a pawn. None of this even happened though. I think there's some moves that have been played. Yeah, so the knight did go to d4. White actually took the bishop. King takes. And now it's white to move. So I need to stop going out of everything. I might just keep it how it is. Because I have to switch off one of the screens if I switch to the other. Okay, so knight takes knight. We're probably going to see knight e2 here to attack the pawn. I mean, it's the most natural move. Let's see. And he does go knight e2. That pawn is now under attack. The pawn on d4, and that pawn can get defended with the help of c5. Okay. Let me fast forward a tiny bit. Hopefully that helps. Alright, let's see. Come on. Boom! Boom! Yeah, and they do go c5. The eval bar is dead equal now. It's anyone's game. It's anyone's game. This game's been interesting so far. Alright. White's about to make a move, and they did make a move, I believe. I'm gonna wait for it to get updated. Or did they not make a move? Yeah, they played knight to f4. Improving the knight. Do you go knight d5, and if knight takes, you capture with the c pawn? Maybe the e pawn? What's the idea behind knight f4? I mean, it's just the most natural move. The rook on the f file is well placed. The queen on d2 could be in a better position, but she's fine for now. The queen on black side of the board ain't doing much, so this is completely fine. For both of them, there's not much going on. Bishop d2 is pretty strong. The bishop and queen are still lined up on that g4 pawn. There's actually the queen, bishop, and knight attacking the pawn on g4. But if a piece were to sack on that pawn, there's just nothing to come out of it. Actually, you know what might be interesting? Bishop takes g4, pawn recaptures, knight takes g4, checking the king. King g1, and knight e3. What's the idea behind that? To just get a really strong knight on e3. And that knight would be there permanently. I actually want to go through that line real quick. So let's take a look. I think this is interesting. This is not the right idea, apparently. You just -4 on the eval bar. Why though? Starting with bishop h3. attacking the queen. If you go... Second best move is queen e2. But let's consider a natural move like rook f2. You invite the queen, and you're just asking for counterplay. And in this position, you need to find knight d5, offering a trade. Here's where we have rook takes f2, queen takes, and knight takes d5. And after c takes, you're up a piece, but rook f8, and there's just a lot of counterplay. After queen e1 and queen g5. Which does what exactly? I'm not too sure. I guess black's activity is pretty nice on white's to just reroute pieces. Best move here would be this though. This is like an intermezzo, I think they call it. Hello, Barry Allen. I was about to say if white manages to trade off dark square bishops without losing material, they are doing great. And they did exactly that. They did exactly that. And yeah, they haven't lost any material. This is anyone's game. Literally. Let's see. I think someone sneezed. Okay, white played a move. Queen e8. I mean, the game's super drawn where you can just make any move. It doesn't need to do anything crazy. We're down to 50 minutes against 16. White maintains an advantage on the clock by 35 minutes. Let's see. Hello, Barry Allen. Yeah, I'll be finishing after this game. This game will be finishing in about an hour or so. Potentially. Or maybe sooner. Maybe. You see. B3 now, I guess. Yeah, you could go B3. Just reinforce the pawn structure. Yeah, nothing crazy happening in this game right now. The game started off a little slow. Or would I use that word? I'm not sure. The game started off where everyone was just developing. No crazy tactics, just short castles, develop pieces. Eventually white went for an attack. It fizzled out, and now we got the two just doing what exactly? Just rerouting pieces. Improving pieces like they weren't doing in the opening. Yeah, the Nightbot is working overtime. Everyone like the stream if you haven't already. Like the stream. Yeah. I have a feeling black might be getting flagged here. How fast are they under the clock? I mean, so far, the clock usage has not been the best, but there might be a time where they just fully lock in and use the clock correctly. Hold on. Okay, let me stop waffling. Hold on. Yeah. He is locked in. Yeah. Ingelav is locked in right here. Trying to figure out the right move. He has a bunch of time to make the right move. We got black maybe getting up from his seat. And he gets up from the seat. And he's watching from a different angle. Hans Niemann style. I think Hans Niemann did this before. I mean, a bunch of people do this, to be honest. You're not a chess player. You're not a true chess player if you don't get up your seat and just watch the game from a different angle. At least once. If you don't do that in your chess career, you are not a chess player. And I'm yet to see ChessA-Z do this, or at least I haven't seen him do that on the screen. Damn, bless you. Thank you. You said that. Alright. Damn. He's doing exercise. Black is doing exercise. Goodness gracious. Gotta respect it. And he's back. Probably got a little tired from sitting on the seat. It gets really tiring sitting on a seat for honestly more than half an hour. Imagine having to sit on a seat for an hour and a half, maybe longer. And I mean, these chairs don't look like sofas, so there's that. Okay, white made a move. They, I think they lifted the rook to f3. I like that move. Double the rooks, why not? It doesn't hurt, it's extremely solid. If only, I think it will update in a moment. A potential ideal for black might be to try get the knight to e5. Ooh, white makes a mistake. Yeah, I think knight e5 would be a good idea. Honestly, if the black knight could somehow get to e3, that would be super nice. But that's just not possible. And you know what? Yeah, if black's bishop moves to maybe e6, knight can go d7 and eventually jump to e5. Knights are much stronger when they're on an outpost and just further down the board. Not too further down the board. I think the knights peak at the 6th rank, which would be the 3rd rank for white right now. They say a knight on the 6th rank is as strong as a rook, because they do cover some crucial squares. But that won't be possible in this game. So knight e5 will be incredibly strong, adding constant pressure on the d3 pawn, and the rook, of course. Okay, so rook f3 is a mistake. His opponent has 15 minutes. If his opponent knows he's winning, it will be very hard to find the right move here, because you gotta move with the clock. Okay. He made a decent move here according to the eval bar. Bishop c6. I like that move a lot. White plays b3. Okay, they're both speeding up here. Reinforces the pawn structure. Defends the pawn on a4. Now hold on a minute. Wait, before playing b3, could you okay, wait. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. b6 is being played now. I'll go back in a second. So hold on. Okay, they double the rooks. Before playing b3, was that pawn not hanging? Am I missing something? What happens if you take? You can take. You can actually get away with this. It's not really gonna give you an advantage, but you can get away with this and just play something like this, apparently. But what happened? Okay, so we had rook f3. The way to take advantage of this right now, for some reason, was bishop takes a4. Why is bishop takes a4 not strong over here? Apparently you go rook b1, king g8, queen e2, and this is just insignificant. I don't fully understand. I'm not at that level of chess to understand the timing behind everything. But with this move, you can get away with that and maintain a 0.9 advantage or a +1 advantage. We had bishop c6 instead. I mean, you can always take and go back. And after taking out this pawn and going back, pawn b5 is going to be easy at some point, or at least significantly easier. So we got him reinforcing the pawn structure. Very good move. Black had the chance. Maybe they missed it. Maybe they didn't want it. We had this move reinforcing their structure. Doubling of the rooks. Queen e5 is now played. And yeah, it's getting spicy. Alright, I don't want to keep switching through everything. Oops. I should probably stay on the same screen. I'm going to stay on the same screen. Bishop takes a4, rook a1, and you win back the pawn, I guess. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was true, actually. I didn't think about that. So, bishop takes a4. You go rook a1, bishop back. Wait. No, not even. Wait. I'm gonna go back one final time. Okay, basically, yeah, I get what you're saying. So, had you taken here, there could be rook a1. I guess there could be this, but you're just complicating stuff. There's g5 here, and you just cause issues. But yeah, rook here, bishop back. Then you take, if you want. But after queen e8, that's why rook f3 was a mistake, because now you can get away with this. And if rook a1, you still go back for some reason, but let's just consider, in my opinion, b6. You can take here. Okay, so I don't really know much about this. So you take and you hit them with a fork after. And what do you achieve in this line? You just gain a better position after stuff like g5. Okay. I mean, king could have... Okay, I don't really know. Alright, white unpinned the king from the knight. Of course, the queen was pinning the knight to the king. Alright, 14 minutes against 45. Black has been improving their time management. You guys saw nothing. But there is still a difference of 31 minutes, and that's huge. This is a classical game, so it's not going to be easy for Black to find the right move, of course, with this amount of time on the clock compared to 45 for his opponent. So we'll probably see a few moves coming from Black's side of the board, Mr. Perry, and we'll probably see White taking their time on some moves. Okay, so they just brought the queen back or something. White's preparing g5 sneakily. g5 could be a very good idea, actually. Okay, queen e1. Okay, queen e1, maybe queen h4 and pawn g5. Or maybe pawn g5 and then queen h4. Yeah, that would be a decent idea. I mean, okay, the queen side is completely locked off. So is the center. There's a lot of action on the F file and potentially the G and H file. All the action is now gonna, you know, everyone's gonna focus on the right side, the king side, I assume. Okay, he brings the rook from A8 over to E8, and there are a lot of eyes on the E4 pawn. With the help of the bishop, knight, queen, and now the rook. There are 4 pieces attacking the pawn on e4, and white is defending that pawn with their pawn and queen. And as long as they're defending with a pawn, there's just nothing black could really do, I guess. And in that case, if there's no worry about the e4 pawn, white can maybe play g5 into queen h4 into g5 or something. I don't know if that would be a strong idea. G5 does look interesting though. Okay, black made a move, but I don't think it's I think I need to update the stream. Oh no, pull it back actually. I don't know how much I need to pull it back. Yeah, we're down to 13 minutes though, it's wild. We got bro over there spectating the game. Spectating. For some reason, the move hasn't been played on the board. Wait, unless... Yeah, they swung the rook over, but that hasn't been played on the digital board yet. It's quite weird. Oh, wait. Yeah, why went queen e1? Why hasn't this move been played? Quite weird. Would you take white or black pieces from here? Good question. Okay, they did play that move finally. Let me actually update this real quick. Alright, my bad, my bad. Who would I take? That's a good question. I think I would take white. I mean, I don't think there's any crazy ideas in this game. The pawn structures on the right are kind of equal. I like the double... I like the rooks on the f-file, doubled up. I like that the queen can maybe go h4 and maybe you can go g5 threatening queen h6. I like those types of ideas. I mean, there's like pawn g5. Okay, there's like queen h4, pawn g5, knight g8, and you can't go queen h6 if that's something you wanted. But I do think g5 and queen h4 at some point could be interesting. And he plays g5 like you were talking about. Okay, so let's just consider... I mean, if the knight goes to h5, you snap the knight, right? The knight has two moves on the board to not, you know, just hang itself. And they have to play either knight h5 or knight h8. Knight h5 and the knight on f6, knight on f4 is most likely going to take, or at least I would take. Double the pawns, maybe you can then play queen h4, maybe you want to trade rooks. But there's also knight d7 as well, actually, I forgot to mention that. You had three moves, knight g8, knight h5 and knight d7. Yeah, knight d7 and knight e5 could be played sometime soon. And so since black didn't play knight g8, white has played the move queen h4, potentially looking for queen h6. Maybe they would have gone here regardless, if the black knight went to g8 or not. But yeah, knight d7, black's idea is probably to get the knight to e5, like you spoke about earlier. And that knight is definitely going to be stronger than it was on f6. So yeah, come on. Boom! I would have taken black just because the knight would be annoying on e5. So instead of rook e8, perhaps knight d7. I hear what you're saying. Black's kind of doing that right now. So it'll be interesting to see the next few moves. Important to note, knight d7 would prevent g5 entirely. Yeah. Instead of rook e8, had they played knight d7, you can't go g5. Neither can you go queen h4. Because both of these moves would have been covered by the queen, since the knight wouldn't be blocking the queen's vision. So for black to play knight, rook e8 earlier, not that white has anything crazy here. There is a check on h6, but as you see, the e-bar bar is completely equal. In which case, there's just no crazy attack. You know, you can get the queen over to h6, but nothing's happening. You could have played knight d7 before rook e8 to just give no chance of counterplay. And I'd say giving g5 and queen h4 is giving counterplay for white, even though nothing's really going on. Okay, white made a move. What did he play? I did not see what he played. They did not give the check. So... I mean, we gotta wait for the digital board to update, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't really understand what rook e8 was. I mean, it's a good idea to just bring the rook to where all the action is. And I guess all the action is just on the right side. We'll see. 13 minutes, man. Honestly, the clock just keeps getting lower. This is gonna be real. This might be spicy soon. Yeah, this Nightbot is working overtime. Shout out to the Nightbot, bro. Nightbot, bro. I'm talking to a AI robot or something. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. King G8. Oh, okay, so white played Queen H4 and black played King G8. Right. Now if you go Queen H6, there's no check. Maybe that's what black wanted to prevent. I mean, I guess if you just keep the check as an option for the long run, maybe you'll run into issues down the line. So I guess maybe black wanted to take the precaution and just bring the king back without getting checked. I like that move, honestly. I do like that. That's the type of move you play when the game is completely equal. You know, you don't need to go for winning tactics or any potential attacking ideas. You just take a chill pill, play a waiting move, I guess, a solid waiting move, go from there. I think the stream's behind, like by a decent amount. Okay, let's go ahead. I might need to fix things. Okay, let me just check. The accuracy for white is 88.4. The accuracy for black is 87.9. I mean, that's practically, like, completely equal. The time difference is, like, becoming equal slowly but surely. "12 minutes against 40. 28-minute time difference. It was once a 45 minute time difference. That was big. Spoke about this later. There's gonna come a time where black is just gonna see the amount of time he has on the clock compared to his opponent, and he's going to hurry up. That's just how it is naturally. You know, you might lose track of time in the beginning, but when things get a little difficult, when you are genuinely just slow on the clock, you'll need to force yourself to hurry up. And he's been doing a good job. He's been playing good moves pretty quickly. But he still needs to be a little quicker if he wants to, you know, kind of equalize on the clock. And that would be the goal. Especially in a drawn position like this. It would be very nice for him to equalize on the clock. Because if he doesn't and he spends as much time as he wants, his position might disintegrate, he might start losing. A bunch of different things can happen. We'll have to find out soon. We shall have to find out soon. Yeah, he put white in the thinking tank, bro. In the thinking tank. Yeah, he doesn't know what to play. I think he just emoted. I think he wants to find a... I mean, to be honest, I think both of them are... I don't know, I could be wrong. I think White definitely wants to try and win this game and find a tactic. I'm not too sure what Black is trying to do. I don't know if they're trying to just, like, go by and maintain a drawn position. Or I don't know if they're trying to find winning ideas. I mean, knight e5 is definitely coming, so if that move gets played, it might be natural for him to just, like, try and improve his pieces and improve whatever pressure he can get on the white position. And I guess, yeah, I'm kind of waffling. I think they might both just go for a win, but there's not much happening in the position at the moment. Let's see. Time difference is now 24 minutes. I said this before, it was 45 minutes, then it was 40, then it was 30, now it's 24. Again, I don't know about Perry with the black pieces, but Ingelab with the white pieces has won one game out of his last 2 games. So this is round 3. Round 1, he won his game. Round 2, he lost his game. So if he wins this, he'll be 2 for 3, which is a good record, I would say. Let's see. Imagine best move for white is something like rook f2. It very well could be. Like, the game is completely drawn, and when it's completely drawn, those are the types of moves you play. And you know what? Yeah. If white lets black play knight e5 to where the rook and the pawn are attacked, that might cause problems. Actually, yeah, okay. I wasn't sure what white should play, but I do really like rook f2. Maybe you can consider going rook g3 at some point, but there's not much going on. I don't think that's a move. I think rook f2, with the idea that you keep the rooks doubled up. And so, I mean, if you go rook g3, and you ever move the knight on f4, maybe the rook takes on f1, and the bishop has to recapture, and that's not pleasant. I don't really know. I think the game is really equal. Maybe white plays rook f2 to not get hit by the knight to where the rook and pawn are hanging. I mean, the pawn's defended by the knight, to be fair. Yeah, we'll have to see though. I'm not too sure. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if... I mean, what type of position is this? Can he just play this? You can play this move and the game's equal. The best move in this position is rook 3 f2. Everything's equal though. There's also queen g3. There's also queen h6. Queen h6, there could be queen g7. There could be bishop, oops, there could be bishop b7. It's just a bunch of waiting moves. There could also be knight e5. The game is as drawn as could be. This is all closed off. If you ever play this move, this is a free pawn. However you want to take, to be honest. Just not like this though. Because of that. I don't know, let's see. What was I saying? Yeah, best move is to bring the rook down before the knight attacks the rook. Let's see. Let us see. If white plays knight d5, I would be upset. Knight d5? Wait, knight e5? Oh, white. If white plays knight d5. Why would you be upset? What's so wrong about it? I do think it's best to keep the knight. I guess there's no point to go knight d5 because you're giving up the knight for no reason. When this knight would have potential. And you are in a close position. I mean, hold on a minute. Let's just think about that. Hold on. Really quick. Knight d5 is a mistake. And you want to punish this by taking. Because after takes. Apparently does rook f3. Bishop takes. And I guess this knight is just going to be as strong as hell. You know? But a better move than this would be rook f8 first. Rook e1, go from there apparently. Right. And then knight e5. And in this position, black is better. I think white is better than that for sure. He's a good player. He knows not to play this. It's as simple as letting the bishop take to where this knight is here forever. Because you don't have a dark square bishop or a knight to potentially take this guy out. I'll be very surprised if knight d5 is played. I think someone played a move, by the way. We'll have to wait and find out. It still feels equal? It does. Oh, as in if they do play knight d5? Or just like this position? Let's see. It's getting up from the seat. Come on. Come on. A bunch of moves have been made, but... Oh, he went knight d5! Black is better off keeping a pair of rooks. I missed the rook takes f3 intermezzo. That makes a big difference, does it? I don't know too much about that. White went knight d5, and hold on, let me just like update the... Yeah, we might be like in this position. Like here. So, white played knight d5. And I think... Alright, let me update it, actually. Yeah, so the bishop has taken the knight. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. I wonder what white's idea is. Because, like, intuition-wise, like, instinctly, I don't think you want to hop the knight to where it can be captured, especially in a closed position that knights would be thriving in, to where you're eventually going to get hit by knight e5. And that is just a permanent knight on e5, if they want to keep it there. Because there's no dark square bishop or knight to take it out. It's gonna be interesting. 12 minutes against 30, bro. Black is doing a decent job at managing their clock. And so, supposedly, obviously these are not grandmasters, so it might not stay this way, but... Okay. I was gonna say, Black might not be able to keep that advantage, but they're doing well. White takes the rook first. With check. So... Let's see. Hold on. I just had someone call me, but it was probably like a spam call. Stupid spam! Alright, so white took the rook. Black recaptures with the rook. And now it's white's move again. Let's see. Hold on a minute, man. Alright, so the rooks have been trading off. Sorry, I had to check something. It might be better to go knight takes f8. Do you think so? I think the knight is definitely going to be good on e5. White takes like that. Okay. Black has a... Alright, this is going to get spicy. Black is really low on the clock. White has an advantage of 1.9. And now it's black to move. And they play the most natural move, in my opinion. Knight e5. What does this move do? The pawn on d3 is under attack. If the bishop goes to f1, maybe you can go knight f3 and just cause issues, make it complex. I mean, if you go bishop f1, you're inviting queen f3 check. And there's a double attack on the pawn. Oh my goodness. Wait. The only way to defend the pawn at the moment on d3 is queen g3. Because if you go bishop f1 defending the pawn, you get hit by queen f3. And the knight and the queen are attacking that pawn. So queen g3 at the current moment is the only move to defend the d3 pawn. We're gonna have to see what they play. Let's see. It's interesting how one tempo makes the difference. Yeah, it very is. It very much so is. I mean, this happens a lot in chess, honestly. In my opinion, compared to any other game or just type of activity. Maybe I'm lying. I mean, this happens in a lot of things, to be honest. One mistake and... It's like when you move a book out of the bookcase and it changes like one big crazy thing in the world. I forgot what they say exactly, but it's like a metaphor or something. But yeah, we got queen g3. Yeah, and this is what is brutal, what is so brutal about classical chess. You could be playing a good game, but if you make one mistake out of nowhere, it's just gonna feel so upsetting. Okay, black has an advantage of 1.9. Why would that be? Is that 1.9? Or is that more? Black has an advantage of 2.3. That's actually crazy. I mean, the knight's strong. The light squared bishop for white is useless. I think it kind of narrows down to one of the big factors why I think black is winning is because the white bishop is just out the game. Right? And that pawn on d3 is a humongous weakness. You can never get rid of the knight on e5. Never ever. The position is completely closed, and knight is gonna do what a knight does in this game. Slow developing move, king g7. Just getting ready for the endgame. So in this position, you definitely don't want to give up your knight for black. As white, you would definitely love to get the knight out, but that's just not possible. That knight has constant pressure on d3. White pushes the pawn to h4. Is that plus 2.5 for white? I think it is. So here e takes d5 wasn't played, I guess because bishop e4 won't be possible due to queen f1. They didn't take on d5 because bishop e4 wouldn't be possible due to queen f1. Okay. So if they took with a pawn and played bishop e4, you're saying they would just give the queen check. Okay, okay. I thought it would still be better to take with that pawn regardless. I don't know why, but I think it would have been better. Because maybe you keep the option of bishop e4 open, if possible. But I thought it also just makes sense to connect all the pawns. Because now he has 3 pawn islands. If he took with the e-pawn, he would have had 2 pawn islands. And right now, black has 2 pawn islands. Now, let's say this. Okay, so the game is completely equal material-wise. Black should know that he's better. I think white definitely knows he's better. The knight is too powerful. That's all you need to know. The pawn on d3 is constantly under attack. Okay, black makes a mistake. I guess you need to play super accurately. Black also is really low on the clock, so it'll be hard to find the right move there. Whereas white has a lot of time to figure out the best move. They made a mistake. Alright. Why is that a mistake though? Should we take a look? There's one move that is crushing apparently, and it's just not the easiest move to find at all. I don't even understand it. It's h6. You play h6 if you want to maintain an advantage of 2.7. If you don't play this, you could go queen e7 and you're just up 0.7. What does h6 do though? Takes. And then we got king g1. A waiting move, I guess. And then we got king g7. I don't fully understand it, to be honest. Okay, white played bishop h3. Hold on, I'm gonna stop like moving about. So instead of this, they should have gone bishop f1. Very passive move, but apparently that was the best move. Let's see. Because the queen is tied down to d pawn. You're saying that's why h6 was good? Oh, and I guess after h6, and if you take back the queen, where? Okay, I don't know. I was gonna say the queen has to defend the pawn on h4 and d3, but the queen was on e7 before adding pressure. On h4. Okay, I'm not sure, to be honest. Black has less than 10 minutes, and if they queen f8, alright. Okay, so there's plus 45 seconds of increment. h6 stops queen f6 check ideas, I assume. Then black queen can start an attack with queen c8, perhaps. Queen c8. Okay. Okay, maybe that's why. Wait. Maybe white played queen bishop h3 to prevent queen c8, and h6 stops queen f6 check ideas, I assume. Okay, yeah, if takes, you can never go queen f6. And that's why black might have wanted to go queen c8, to where you can't get a check on f6. I get what you're saying. I understand that. Let's see what happens. Yeah, hold on. These guys have been here a while. Bishop g2, and he basically pre-moves queen e7, bro. Yeah. Queen e7 pre-move. Now we got queen h3. Yeah. I think I need to update the stream. Yeah, definitely need to update the stream. Yeah. Alright, should be fine now. Minus 1.7. 1.7. Send them to heaven. Yeah, so they have a lot of increment. 45 seconds. I mean, it's a lot, but when you're down to the last minute, you're gonna have like 45 seconds per move. And in a classical game, that's not gonna be easy. Yeah. 9.5 minutes, bro. Time to speed up, it's time to turn into the Flash. Queen trade offer. Interesting. Queen takes, knight takes. And okay, so black is saying, I want to trade and simplify, I'm low on the clock. If you take, I'm happy to play knight versus bishop. And I'm guessing if white takes, black is still gonna maintain his plus 0.8 advantage, which is not a crazy advantage, but I do prefer black here, whether the queen takes or not, or whether the queen moves out the way. What is white's best move? Is it to take the queen? If you don't want to trade, you have to go queen h2 or queen g3. Queen h2 is very passive, so you probably go queen g3, so there's more room to move. This is a nice study, yeah, it's an interesting position. Got any ideas? I don't have any ideas personally, if you're asking me. Now maybe queen e8 with the idea of b5. Yeah, you could do that, to be honest, just open the position. I like the idea. So what is white's idea? I'm curious. White can never go for a pawn push. The only person that can go for a pawn push right here is black. And so I do think queen e8 looking for b5 was a good idea. Because if the white pawn takes, you recapture the queen. And then the pawn on d3 is under attack, so is b3, and maybe, just maybe, you can get a pass pawn on the a file somehow. I don't know. Or you just infiltrate. Yes. If you refuse the trade, you might get hit with b5. Yeah. That is something. If you move the queen to g3, b5 might just be coming your way. Alright, there's been a queen trade offer. There's been a queen trade on the board. And bishop f1 was played to defend the pawn before the knight gets back to e5. Black is with half the clock compared to white. I definitely think this is super difficult for white to play out. Also, the eval bar, minus 2.3 is that for white. Well, black is plus 2.3. Hard game to play. White is up on the clock. Black has half the time. Wait, 95 just equalized the game though. Kind of. Let me check the better move. The best move here, h6. If not h6, c4. Into knight c5. And if you push, pass pawn, 2 pass pawns. If takes. Yeah. Alright, this is what was played. Interesting. So the queen trade, white taking the queen wasn't a good idea. Black's best move was h6, if not h6, pawn c4. And however you take, I'm guessing knight c5 would have been on the way. c4 is explosive, yeah. Might not be the easiest move to see because it does look like you're giving up a pawn. But I guess if the d pawn takes, you get a pass pawn. And if the b pawn takes, it's honestly just a good idea to just start with knight c5 and you maintain pressure on d3. And maybe you can go b5, and if pawn takes, you can push the a pawn. I don't really know. If I get this position, I will remember to play c4. Thanks, Shamz. Is this not a very specific position? I guess you can see this this type of position. Very rarely, but you might be able to get into it. You should be thanking them for getting into the position. So, that's that. They're both maintaining the amount of clock they've had for the past 10-15 minutes or so. Of course, every move they're getting plus 45 seconds on the clock, so there's a good set of increment here. I don't know if this is the type of tournament where they gain maybe half an hour or 45 minutes if 60 moves are passed or something. I'm not sure if this is that type of game. Yeah, so White had the advantage in the beginning, but he made one mistake. He lost it. Game kind of equalized, and eventually a few mistakes, a few inaccuracies on either side. I think Black gained an advantage, but hold on. The game is completely equal now. Knight g4. I mean, you don't go knight g4 for no reason. You go knight g4 threatening knight e3. But I don't think the idea behind knight e3 would be to fork the king and bishop to necessarily take the bishop. I think Black would love to just sit the knight on e3. Yeah. So the knight's under attack. You could go h5, but I think it's in your favor to... I think it's in your best benefit to keep the knight. And go knight e3 like you just did. You can do a bunch of stuff. You can maybe go king f3. Or king f2. I think it's probably the better idea to attack the knight. Let's say king f3. Where does... I mean, the knight doesn't have to move. Why am I talking about attacking the knight when the knight's completely fine? You could go king g3. You could do a lot. I mean, maybe king f3 into king f4. And maybe you try and go for an e5 pawn push. I mean, it's probably best to just activate the king as much as possible. Let's see. Okay, move was played. So White played king f3. And Black played something. Black swung their king over, I think. The king. Oh, actually, no, it's Black to move. What am I talking about? Let's see. It's a tight game here. The eval bar has since equalized, but I would prefer Black here personally. I think the knight is really good in some endgames, and of course the position is quite closed. I would personally take the knight with the black pieces. But yeah, this could go either way. Let's see. Black could trade a pair of pawns on king side, then perhaps try to go for some king b7, king a6, b5 plans. Trade some pawns on the right and go to the left. They could do that. They could. We've got king g3. If White had gone king f4 looking for e5, the black knight could have gone knight g2. I don't know. Yeah, there was once a 45-minute difference on the clock, so right now there's only there's only 11 minutes and a half between the differences of the clock. Whoa, White has a crazy advantage of plus 1.5 or something? Can't quite read the number from here. King G7. Wait, what would the idea be here? H5? What does H5 do? They take, the bishop takes, and the bishop's in the game a little more. All the pawns are on dark squares on the left side. Wait, what about... No, I was going to say bishop G4 to, like, just infiltrate, but the knight can take. Wait, pawn E5? And if pawn takes, try and push P? King F4, E5. White plays the wrong move. He plays a decent move. Oh! So if King F4... White plays this move because if King F4, the knight could go G2. Of course, you can go King G3, but the knight just goes back to E3. So we have Bishop F3, potentially preparing King F4 to where you could potentially try and go for pawn E5 and get this D5 pawn pushing. And of course, the reason why Bishop F3 was played was because after King F4, there's no Knight G2. I'm thinking. But yeah, let me go back and see if you... What's the best move? The best move is either H5 or King F4. Bishop F3 is the third best move. Best move is H5, takes, takes, King F8 into Bishop F3. And I think you kind of want to... I don't know, I guess the king's going to get super active. If this, we play this. But let's consider we don't push. And we go King F4. They can check, go back, back. I think the main idea is H5. Otherwise, Bishop F3. Maybe, for example, this. Then you play King F4 and try and push. Maybe. Okay, we got to this point. Let's see. Interesting game. 10 minutes against 22. Bishop F3 was the last move on the board. Big mistake. Humongous mistake. Wait, he's in distress. He's covering his face. He knows. Wait, he was low-key covering his face quite a lot. And White took the pawn instantly. Well, the moves are a little... Let me backtrack this one, so it doesn't spoil anything. Yeah, King F4 is... Yeah. So there's no Knight G2 checking the king because of the bishop on F3. White is completely winning. Let's think. What's the idea? Pawn E5, I'd guess, is the idea. Let's see. Now G takes H6 and King F4. Yeah, they went for it. Some things are a little delayed. Do forgive me, guys. Sometimes I've lined up the stream and the game perfectly, but sometimes it has everything delayed. A lot of moves have been made, but they aren't showing up on the board. I think the people behind the scenes sometimes delay showing the move for some reason. And sometimes it comes like as soon as they play it. So it's not fully balanced, but okay. King back. Why is plus like... Wait, he's about to make a move. It's a pawn push, bro. Is that E5 on the board? I think he just pushed the pawn to E5. You can't even take the D5 pawn because it would still be defended by the bishop on F3. Which is pretty slick. Pretty slick. move hasn't been played yet though on the board. I feel bad for black. They had an easy draw with the knight on e5. Yeah, I don't know, man. Endgames are so difficult, bro. Like, you can make one move that seems supernatural and then the advantage is gone. It's just how it is. Endgames are way too difficult in my opinion. Because you'll play the most natural move and then you'll see you made a mistake. Sometimes you can't even fully understand it, I don't know. Maybe you can. So yeah. Nightbot on Demon Time. Liking this video costs less than a pawn but saves him from blundering. Facts. White had moved the pawn, but the board is not updating. Let's pull this back then. Bro. Before he pushed. Oops. Sorry. I mean, I don't have an issue on my part. They just haven't updated the digital board yet. I gotta wait for that. Okay, now they updated it. Alright, hopefully it's up to time. I might have to fix things though, too. How come the winner word variation isn't an auto win? I've heard of that, but I don't know what that is. Is that in... what opening is that? That's a variation of what opening? I do not know. Yeah, they went for e5. I mean, e5 is just a big move. Black's spending a lot of time here, by the way. So if black doesn't take this pawn, of course if they take, there's gonna be king... Okay, let's say black takes. King e5. There could be knight f5 to... Okay, he took the pawn. Yeah, so king e5. There could be knight f5 to temporarily defend the pawn. Wait. No, he took. What was I gonna say? There's king e5 and knight f5 to defend the d6 pawn. Never mind. But hold on, I guess there's takes, king takes, and knight f5 to attack the pawn on h5, maybe? But at that point, you probably go h5, and if they take, you take the knight or something, I don't know. Knight f5, h5 feels natural. Yeah, I think the same. As in for white, h5, I think so as well. I mean, you can see this pawn on d5 is too strong. I think this should be a win. I mean... yeah, you capture with the king. If knight f5, h5. If they take, you take the knight. If they don't take, what do they play? Just know that if knight f5, and if you go h5, if you eventually get the chance to take on g6 and the king takes, you can go bishop e4, pin the knight to the king. They play that move. Okay, what could be a good move here? This could be very interesting. You could genuinely, in my opinion, go king d6, king c6, and you are picking up the shrimp. You could also potentially start with bishop e4 to add pressure on the pawn, so that the king can't really go opposition. King e7, so you can just take the pawn or something, I don't know. Also bishop g4, because if knight takes h4, d6 wins. Where bishop g4. So, okay, bishop g4 now. Oh, no. Knight f5, then bishop g4, then d6, you're saying. And you're saying he can't do nothing about that. Okay. Would that be, like, just lights out for black? Because the knight can't really come back in the game. The black could play against the white king and the pawn on d5. Is that enough, though? The white bishop is helping out? Probably not. The white king is probably gonna win that. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, now it's like as clear as ever. They both know who's winning, they both know who's losing. That pass pawn's really strong. What was once a super strong knight is just the complete opposite. Okay, what did white play? They played something. I think they put the king on d6. And yeah, king d6. King d6, knight f5, king c6. Maybe there's knight takes h4. Let's see. He's itching to go d6. We got king d6 now, yeah. Wait, oh, he played bishop e4. Which is still a really good move. Yeah, bishop e4, and if you... Bishop e4, you can't go knight f5. You cannot go king e7. The pawn's under attack. The pressure is still there. So yeah, if king e7, you take the pawn. You have two passed pawns then. If the king doesn't go e7, maybe just go for king d6 and... Oh, okay, I guess bishop e4 does a lot, but it also says I want to go king d6. And if you go knight f5, instead of going king c6 and letting you take my pawn on h4, I'm just going to take your knight out of the game first. So king d6. If knight f5, bishop takes, pawn takes. King c7. We have pawn f4, pawn d6, pawn f3, pawn d7, pawn f2, maybe queen d8, and maybe there's queen f1 for black in that line. I don't know if that's a line that could happen. I mean, I think that line could happen. But maybe there's a line where white promotes before black. I mean, no, there's just so much going on. You go king d6, if knight f5, you can take. If pawn takes, you can go king e5. And you have two passed pawns. I think it's that simple. It's not a matter of, let me push my pawn before he pushes his. And maybe I can come with some checks before he can come with checks. You can just play king d6, and if knight f5, take, pawn takes, and just bring the king back to e5. They can defend the pawn by going king g6, but at that point, you got a passed pawn on d6, and h5, and it's completely over. 5 minutes on the clock. Black just played a move. We're gonna find out what the move was. Let's see. This was a long game, and it's going to be wrapping up soon enough. There's a lot going on now. It's getting spicier. As it goes, it's getting spicier. Whoa. Knight d1. Knight d1. With what idea? Knight c3? Knight b2? Knight f2? I don't understand that move. The eval bar didn't really move much, did it? I might be mistaken. That just shows you how strong White's position is. That a move like knight b1, just to where it's not really doing much in my opinion. No crazy winning ideas. The fact that you can play this move and the eval bar doesn't even move shows you how strong White's position is, I think. So just under 20 minutes against 5. Damn. He's gonna do something. He's about to move something. He's pushing the shrimp. Pawn to d6. Now with pawn d6, you can't even go king e7. Pawn d6. What's coming after pawn d6? Wait. I don't know what the next move is, but pawn d6. Can there be played bishop takes g6? And if king takes, you just go pawn d7. And you're gonna promote. I think you can do that. What does this black knight on e1 do? How can you come back into the game? This knight is out the game, it's crazy. I guess you can go knight f2 looking for knight g4. But hold on, knight f2 right now. Then what? I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think the best move in this position, or the best attempt, is knight f2, or at least one of the best attempts. Because knight f2. I mean, hold on, no. Knight f2, bishop takes g6. If king takes, you push. There is a check with the knight on g4. But after, let's say, king d5, that pawn on d7 is gonna promote. You can go for bishop takes g6, I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, what else is there? I predict d6, knight f2, bishop takes g6. Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it. It might be resignation when that pawn on g6 is captured. You don't have to take the pawn on g6. But I think the win is there and it's pretty clear. All you need to know is that you take. And once you go pawn d7, there is a knight check. And quite frankly, wherever you go, maybe knight e6. Queen promotion on d8 is just unstoppable. And if pawn on g6 is taken... Okay, wait, black just played a move. Oh, well, white played this first. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I would have went for pawn captures on g6. This is still completely winning, though. Let's see. And so black moved the king, which hasn't been updated yet. No. He's taking his time. He's played bishop to c4. He played bishop to c4, preventing knight takes d3. It's solid. It should still be winning. Because best believe there's gonna be king f6 looking for the pawn on g6. Alright, let's see it. Let's see what is played. The king steps forward in front of the pawn. There could be bishop e6 here. And maybe pawn d7 and go from there. I'm not too sure. Bala. Niyaz naram, don't worry. I'm on live on Panch Dega Diga. Bala, bala, venom. Don't worry, don't worry. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Alright, let's see. My apologies. White is perhaps extra careful because opponent is higher rated. Yeah, it could be that. That definitely plays a part a lot of the time. Even if you're playing online, you see your opponent super high rated, you might think, okay, their rating is much higher than mine. I need to watch what I'm doing. Yes, endgame now. I mean, 19 minutes on the clock against 4 minutes. Black's not only in a very tricky, very difficult position, but they're also down under 4 minutes. There is 45 seconds of increment, but that shouldn't be enough, to be honest. It'll be difficult. Yeah, so White's not rushing to go for promotion, but they're clearing the pawn. You take this pawn, you push the pawn on the H file, you can't stop both. Let's see. Finish the game so I can end the... Vivek, I did not write that. I got a message from someone. I did not write that. Okay, the knight comes back to g4. White is able to capture the pawn on g6. And they do exactly that. So, this is the first time in the game where someone is officially up on material. I just realized. Very tight game. There were mistakes on either side. Very difficult game, I will say that. Very tricky game. This is the first time in the game where someone's up material. Okay, so he wanted to go for knight e5. I mean, you can go do a lot. King f6 maybe, attack the knight. King g7 and push p, you could do a lot. What does he play? Okay, so I think the king moved over to f5 and the knight moved over to f7. Let's see. Okay, 3 minutes 45 against 20. Alright, so king f5 and knight f7 is probably going to be played in a moment. You can see he doesn't like the position. Okay, so that pawn on d6 is hanging. Even if white allowed takes on d6, maybe king e5 and knight takes bishop, pawn recaptures, you're still going to be winning because of that pawn on the h file. That's how strong the position is. There are 2 passed pawns. There's not much to be done. And there's not much that could be done to stop white from winning here. Let's see. Okay. You don't want to give the pawn for no reason, obviously. I was just giving an example. So we do have king e6. There's no way to defend the knight. There are 2 moves for the knight if you want to save it. And that's going to be knight h8 and knight h6. Neither move is pleasant. Okay. Is there any way to promote the pawn on d6? Because you can go d7 to where the bishop defends the pawn. But there's no way you can displace the king on d8. There isn't a single knight check for black. I think white had brought the king back, maybe. Or maybe not. No, I'm lying. Let's see. Yeah, shout to the knight, but That eval bar has fully recharged. Use your special attack. Yeah, the eval bar is going crazy here. Oh, there's force mate according to the eval bar. That basically means like there's no chance for black at all. The position is too strong. Yeah, push P. Maybe we'll see king f6. Maybe knight g4, king g5. They both know what's going on. I mean, they've both known for a while. I think around the position where white got king f4, preparing pawn e5, I think they both knew, you know, what the result would be. Yeah, so knight back in king f5. If knight h6, maybe king g6. And the knight has to either go back or go to the top row, and you'll just continue pushing P. What's gonna happen is the knight's gonna maybe sack on this h6 pawn. And then, given that those pawns on the left side and the king side can't really move, the king's gonna get put in zug-zug at some point. Zug-zug. Alright, let's see. Alright, knight g4. h6, like, you could just play that based off of intuition. I mean, they both know, like, there's... White can make 1,000 moves and they're completely winning. Black can make 1,000 moves and they'll be completely lost. Okay, what was played? I think the pawn was taken. I think the knight just, Yeah, I think the knight... Wait, is the knight still there? We're gonna find out. I think they went knight e5. And we can see on the, in the stream, there was resignation. We're gonna see on the actual board, the digital board at least, in a moment or so. Yeah, so knight check. King up. Oh, and now the knight can't even come close. Like, there can be knight g4, one push, and there's just no way to stop promotion now. I like the nonchalant behavior of chess players, even when the writing's on the wall. On the wall where? Like behind them? They're setting up the pieces to show who won, who lost, I guess. The clock's still going in the actual game. Let's see. Yeah, that's facts, Vivek. Yeah, they're talking through the moves. I'll probably wrap up the stream as soon as it says resignation. Or something. On the digital board. Let's see it. As in the result is just a matter of time? Okay. Okay, you're saying like there was no hostility or whatever by either opponent. Like it is what it is, just they knew what was happening. And yeah, game is game, I guess. I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, it says black lost, white won. So white most definitely won some elo off of this game. I'm pretty sure you get elo per game, per win. And then obviously this is a tournament, so at the end of the tournament his number might be pretty large. It might be lower depending on if he loses every game. If anyone loses every game or something like that. Not today, Vivek. Just here. Alright. Yeah, shout out to Ingilab. Hopefully I said his name correctly. I've never watched a full classical game, let alone commentate a classical game. This was a new experience for me. Hope you guys enjoyed. I enjoyed the game. Honestly, as it went on, it got better and better. The opening, I really like the opening. I've played it before. there wasn't too much going on in the opening. There was one mistake where he took on the G file with the F pawn and the advantage was gone. And there were a few mistakes on either side, but that's just the game of chess, man. It's difficult, you know, especially if you're not a grandmaster. Grandmasters would know. I mean, you know grandmasters, they're super accurate. They played a really good game of chess. I think they both got an accuracy of around... Okay, white won with 83.5 and black lost with 77.8. There were times where they had like 90% accuracy, both of them each. There were times when it was like 98 for white and 93 for black. There were times where it was like 85, 85. But yeah, end result, Ingelab takes the win against Perry Coop. I can't see the rest of his name, unfortunately. So that was his first game, because now he has 0-1. And Ingelab has now won 2 out of 3. And he's got plenty more rounds to go, so hopefully he performs as well as he did today. And yeah, thank you guys for joining. I'll potentially be here in the future or something. This was a new experience for me. Hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Big shout out to Ingelab. Everyone make sure to follow him. Have a good time. You too, Vivek. Likewise. Thank you all for joining. Take care. Thank you for liking the stream. I'll see everyone soon. Take care.